Dark Horrors. 8 short horror stories. Written by Michael Vandervoort. Narrated by Robin Reads. Alone with the Devil. As a linguist and historian, I've always been fascinated by words and phrases. I am particularly interested in how certain idioms and expressions come to be picked up, where they originated, and what, if any, history lies behind their origins. It was this interest that led me in 2018 to consider writing a paper on the dialect, idioms, and aphorisms used by people in my hometown. It was also what led the kid known as Skit to spend a night alone with the devil. In the small rural town where I grew up, in the hills of northern England, the phrase alone with the devil is a very common one. It's a quaint, if mildly sinister, little idiom that if you stick around town long enough, you're almost certain to hear. It was of particular interest to me as a linguistic historian, not only because of its colourful history, deeply rooted in the heritage of the town, but because the phrase has multiple meanings that themselves link back to its origins. So fascinated was I by this one turn of phrase that I actually wrote my master's dissertation on it. Though since the thing with Skit, that's something I tend not to talk about. As I mentioned, the phrase alone with the devil is one that has several connected but slightly different meanings and applications. One refers to someone who appears to be stunned or shocked by a piece of news or a surprising turn of events, and is similar to that other phrase, he looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Standing at the bus stop, in the covered market, or any other place where elderly women and gossips congregate, you will often hear this phrase through the gleeful telling of half-whispered reports and rumours. "Oh, I'll tell you should have seen his face. When she said she were pregnant, honestly, it looked like he were alone with the devil." Another meaning or usage is to suggest that someone has placed themselves in an awkward and difficult-to-escape situation, usually through an unwise choice of words or an act of stupidity on their part. This usage is particularly interesting as it also implies not only that the situation is somewhat of their own making, but also that whatever punishment they receive is entirely deserved. In this usage, the phrase might be said to be similar to the ideas expressed in phrases like boxed themselves into a corner, made a rod for their own back, or the modern phrase to tug on Superman's cape. "Well, I guess he should have kept his mouth shut. He's alone with the devil now." "Well, if you decide to go alone with the devil, then this is what happens." In every usage, the phrase relates back to a curious incident in the town's long history. Whilst it's regarded by most as just a bit of local folktale or a ghost story to tell the kids, a little bit of digging reveals that there is at least some truth to the tale and some serious history behind it. It is a fact, for example, that both the main players in the story did exist, and it is also true that one of them had a very abrupt and sudden change of occupation. There's also physical evidence you can hunt down if you know where to look. The story itself concerns a local cunning man who went by the name of Old John Hutton. For those who have never heard the term before, cunning men and women, collectively referred to as cunning folk, were in some ways England's answers to shaman or witch doctors, and were generally regarded as benevolent. These figures were often noted for their knowledge of medicinal plants and herbs, as well as incantations and spells that would help with the relief of physical ailments. In all likelihood, these individuals did possess some basic herbal knowledge and understanding of practical medicine which they reinforced through so-called spells to assist the psychological as well as physiological recovery. In other words, their success was probably 80% due to knowing what plants to use and 20% using the religious or spiritual beliefs of the patients to induce a placebo effect. According to most historians, these cunning folk were often, but not always, figures of advanced years who tended to live in isolated areas on the outskirts of town. Some historical surveys estimate that at one time there would have been a cunning man or woman within 10 or 12 miles of any village in England, acting almost as the local doctor. Now, remember, this much is not fantasy, but history, provable through records and archaeological evidence. Where the line with legend starts to be crossed is when these cunning folk are accused of what is known as maleficium, that is, using magical means to hurt or harm others. A charge which, in combination with an increased religious fervour in the country, led to accusations of witchcraft and diabolical pacts. It's these kinds of accusations that make up the meat of our story. Old John Hutton, we know from town records, lived in an old stone house up on the Alderton Moor. The moor itself is a barren, open place, covering the hills that stretch between the valley towns in this part of the world. Made up mostly of peat and gorse grass, the moor comprises a vast, featureless expanse that is as hostile as it is haunting. Nowadays, the moor attracts hikers on their way between villages or out on tougher expeditions, but even in the modern day it remains a place where people can easily get turned around and die of exposure. Every year, the mountain rescue teams in our area pick up dozens of tourists who, having set off on what they think will be a pleasant hike, end up in difficulties when they become lost and night begins to fall. In short, and in keeping with the usual pattern for cunning folk, John Hutton's home was about as far out of town as it was possible to be. Yet it remained a place visited by many, seeking his help and advice. The house itself, believe it or not, is still standing. It is up on the top of Monk's Hill and is passed by farmers and hikers almost every day. Nowadays it looks like little more than an abandoned barn, basically a big empty rectangle made up of 4 walls of rough laid stone with a beam and thatch roof and what appears to be a dirt floor. I say it appears to be a dirt floor because the story goes that the floor is not in fact made of dirt, but of stone. Not only that, but this basic flooring actually makes up the ceiling to another, far larger and secret room below the surface that can only be accessed via a trapdoor. According to the legend, it was in this subterranean room, beneath the surface of the moor, with no windows and in the pitch black, that old John Hutton performed the more sinister parts of his business. Whilst in the rooms above he attended to people with arthritis, diseases, and unwanted pregnancies, it was in the space below, which he referred to as his under room, that he would speak his wicked spells and diabolic rites, conjuring all manner of deities and demons, whilst locked away from the rest of the world. What is interesting about this accusation, however, is that it does not seem to have stopped people going up there in search of help. We have records and testimonies given by the townsfolk of having been assisted by John Hutton, and the impression given by the sources that survive seem to be of a kindly old man who simply knew things others didn't. The idea that Hutton did anything that might be construed as wicked seems to have started with just one source, the sheriff, Arthur Salt. After the accusation was made, however, Hutton did little to stop people believing it. Whilst you might reasonably assume that the phrase "alone with the devil" would come from the idea of Hutton practicing his dark arts alone in his basement, it actually comes from a later challenge put forth by old Hutton to the famous Sheriff Salt. It was, so the story goes, Salt rather than Hutton who would find himself in such undesirable company. Whilst most folks believe the witch craze that led to burnings and hangings across Europe was one long and unified period of persecution, this isn't actually the case. Nor is it true that everyone in Europe was terrified by, or even believed in, the existence of witches. For a brief period, during the 16th century, whilst other parts of Europe were putting their citizens to death for witchcraft, the English judicial system actually took the charge of maleficium, that is, doing harm to others through the practice of witchcraft, off the list of offences. Whilst an act was passed in 1542 proclaiming witchcraft a felony and therefore making it a capital crime punishable by execution, this same act was actually repealed after 5 years and removed entirely from the statute books, meaning that for a period of around 20 years, in the middle of the 16th century, there was no official law in England against the practice of witchcraft. Later, with changes of kings and the influence upon belief systems from continental Europe, the offence was reintroduced, and prosecutions massively increased, but for a brief period there you could not be charged with the actual act of being a witch or inflicting harm through magical means. What you could be charged with, though, was falsely claiming that you could do such things, particularly if you were making a profit from it. You could, for example, be charged with falsely claiming to provide services or goods that relied upon magic, sorcery, or consultation with spirits. Meanwhile, whilst you could not be directly charged with witchcraft, the more zealous members of the clergy and local authority could make life very uncomfortable for you if you were suspected of such things. In short, during that 20-year period, the same period during which Hutton and Salt crossed swords, you could not be prosecuted, but you could most certainly be persecuted. This is where the sheriff and Mr. Hutton clashed. You see, Hutton's trade was in selling treatments and charms to the locals, with the guarantee that his remedies were obtained by magical means and worked because they were made following instructions given to him by either angels or other spirits that he had summoned in his basement room. This, to the sheriff, was an offence, because Hutton was claiming something which the law, at that time at least, claimed to be completely impossible. Confusingly, whilst Salt seems to have hated Hutton for being a witch, what he actually charged him with was, in effect, false advertising. An official declaration made by the sheriff in 1550 banned Hutton and any similar cunning folk from selling such goods and remedies, a declaration that essentially robbed the town of its herbal doctor, and Hutton of his living. Hutton, however, had a very clever response. If, he challenged, there is no such thing as a spirit, and if the sheriff was so confident that he could not have gained his cures, ointments, and charms from such entities, then why would he not prove it? With a notice put up all around town, Hutton mocked the sheriff publicly by daring him to spend one night, just one night from the setting of the sun to its rise next morning, in the under-room alone. A copy of the notice still exists in the local library, complete with a hand-drawn demon in the corner. I would recommend anyone who has the chance to seek out a copy of this document, referred to as Hutton's Missive, just for the purposes of seeing that drawing. It is a hideous black smudge of a thing, rendered in a mix of charcoal and ink, as if Hutton, when drawing it, was struggling to find a black enough material to show the darkness of the thing he depicted. It stands on its hind legs, which, recorded with admirable accuracy, resemble the taloned feet of a bird, like a chicken or a hawk. Affixed to the back are tiny wings, more like those of a bat than a bird, and atop the seemingly massive head, a pair of curving horns can be seen. It is an ugly thing to look at, but notable, especially when you consider what came later. "If he should go down," said Hutton, "and allow me to close that door behind him, if he would remain inside but for the extent of 8 or 10 hours, and if he would spend but one night alone with the devil, then I would forfeit all of my wares and give up all of my claims. I will leave this town and not return if he is to spend but one night alone with the devil. If he is to prove what he believes and show us all that he fears nothing but God, this I challenge him, and to this I expect an answer." Of course, Salt could have ignored the note. He could have declared Hutton a fool, and announced that he was both too busy and too dignified to lower himself to answering such a challenge. But he didn't. Perhaps, as I believe, he was pressured to accept the challenge by the townsfolk, not only as a way of keeping face, but because his decision had outlawed their only access to treatment for their afflictions. "If he's so sure," I imagine them saying, in a 16th century equivalent of the gossip at the bus stop, "then let him go up there and prove it. Let him go to the under-room and be alone with the devil." And so he did. Sheriff Arthur Salt, on May the 16th, 1550, went to the home of old John Hutton, high on Alderton Moor. He descended into the under-room and spent a night below alone. After that, he was never the same. Arthur Salt was removed from his post the following day, and replaced 2 weeks later by a man named Cooper. Little is written about the reasons for Salt's removal from office, nor is there any surviving record of what actually happened once he went down into the under-room, though of course there are many legends. In terms of hard facts, we can but only guess. The only piece of tangential evidence that has survived is a record from a monastery 18 miles away, where, in November of 1550, a full 6 months after the night in the under room, a man who is listed in the monastic records only as Salt, and later as Brother Dunstan, was listed as having taken up residence and presumably taken the vows to join an order and remain there. It is interesting that Dunstan was chosen as a name for this new entrant, especially considering the saint's legendary battles with the adversary. Beyond the monastery's records, the only historical evidence of this Salt is a book allegedly written by him. The text itself is a roughly bound collection of individual sheets onto which almost the entire text of the Bible has been copied in a small, neat hand, only for every single page to then be horribly defaced by what historians believe was the very same penman. This document, which currently resides in the British Library and can be viewed upon request, is known either under the erroneous title of Brother Salt's Missal, or more popularly as the Scratch Bible. What is particularly notable about this document, especially if you happen to have seen Hutton's missive prior to viewing it, is that on every one of its 1,200 pages there is a drawing of a creature plastered over the text. Some of the 1,200 drawings are violently scribbled, scratched onto the neatly printed pages with such force that the surface below has buckled and torn. On those pages, the ink is often smudged with liquid, as if the person writing or drawing was in tears when they worked. On other pages, the figure is rendered with a degree of careful, naturalistic accuracy and artistic talent well beyond what Salt was thought capable of producing. It is a figure remarkably similar in appearance to the one depicted in Hutton's missive. Of course, modern secular scholarship would account for the similarities by pointing to the fact that Salt had clearly seen Hutton's own drawing. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that a man as religiously committed as Salt would be psychologically damaged by the experience of being locked alone in the dark with the promise of the devil's company. The resemblance between the drawings shows only that Salt had adopted some species of monomania as a result of his experience, and was reproducing as closely as possible what he had seen in Hutton's missive. We do not even know for certain whether this Salt, who later became Dunstan, was even the same man. When it comes to collecting actual hard evidence from the 16th century, we are often left with only fragments, though, of course, that does not stop the legends from growing. In my town, the story goes that Salt did indeed see Old Scratch down there in the under room. In some versions, he is dragged out the following morning by a group of local men, screaming and crying after having gouged out his own eyes. Fascinatingly, if this final detail could ever be proven, it would make the existence of the Scratch Bible even more astounding, as it would suggest it had been somehow written and drawn by a blind man. A detail which, in light of more recent events, chills my blood to consider. Whatever version of the myth you believe, it is clear that this incident left an indelible scar on the minds of the local community, and the phrase passed into the local lexicon from that point onward. It is still heard today, even in spite of what happened. Whilst you might take this information and think that it would make excellent material for a study, a book, or even the kind of schlocky documentary you find on the Discovery Channel nowadays, no such project is ever likely to emerge. I, for one, gave up my own investigations into the phrase following the events of last May. Not only because I found them deeply disturbing, but because I can't help but feel a certain amount of responsibility. Having decided that the history of this particular idiom was to be the central subject of my thesis, I began conducting research in the local area, both in the town records and in conversations with local residents, asking whether their use of the phrase was just something they had picked up or linked to their knowledge of the story. I collected their personal versions of the legend and explained what I was hoping to do. In time, as always happens in such a small town, word got around. Soon enough, there was a feature in the local paper about me, and a brief outline of the story in its most basic form. That's where the trouble started, and why I feel like I'm partly to blame. The lads who went up there purposely waited for May. The live stream video was uploaded on the exact same night that Salt went up there all those years before. The video was taken down by YouTube the next day, but the ones leading up to and advertising the stunt stayed on there for about a month after. They're gone now, too. I was shown the footage about a month later by a friend who had downloaded or screen-grabbed the whole thing because he knew of my interest in the story. I watched it once and told him to delete it. I have heard you can still find the footage on the dark web if you know where to look. I don't. Nor will I ever go looking. I don't ever want to see that footage again. Once was enough. The boys involved were not from my hometown. For them, Alone with the Devil was not just a turn of phrase, it was a challenge, a stunt, and a way to build their audience. How they heard about my research or got hold of the article in the local paper, I'm not sure, but a copy of it was referred to and held up on screen during one of their videos advertising the stunt. In fact, they did a summary of the entire legend in much the same way that I have here, with the addition of a few more gory details and imaginative additions for effect. The video, which summarized the story, was full of demon imagery that was either from the wrong century or just had literally nothing to do with the original myth. But then their viewers probably didn't know that, and the idea was to make the stunt seem as dangerous as possible. The YouTube channel they posted to had a moderately large cult following long before they decided to head up to Alderton Moor. The basic premise behind the channel was that this group of adventurous and fearless young men would break into and explore abandoned places, buildings, and landmarks, especially those that had an interesting backstory or that were in some way supposed to be haunted. Now, in all of my time researching the history and origins of the phrase, I had never once mentioned how people felt about the structure in the modern day. To me and my work, the relevant information was about the past. The spooky stories of the present were not relevant. But that doesn't mean they weren't there. As a kid growing up in that town, you knew from an early age to avoid the house with the under room. Most kids in the area referred to the old stone structure as Hut's house, after Hutton himself, and whilst there were always teenagers tempted to go up there and use the abandoned stone-built site as a hangout in the summer, that was a daytime activity. They always seemed to find their way back to town by nightfall. There were stories, of course, stories told by a friend of a friend about the kids who had stayed out there at night, of how 5 of them had stayed up there drinking and camped out on the upstairs room, but when they woke in the morning there were only 4 of them. Other stories said that kids who fully intended to leave and head back to town had accidentally stayed beyond sunset. When they packed up to go, they heard a voice calling to them from below, from under the trapdoor and inside the under room. When they panicked and bolted down the hill, the voice changed into a screaming, vicious snarl. A sound that one teller explained to me was like someone had locked 10 dogs in there and starved them until they started to rip each other apart. As an adult, it was easy to dismiss those stories. As a kid, there was not a chance in hell I was going near that place, in daylight or otherwise. Funnily enough, I've still never been up there or stepped foot inside. But those boys did. In the days before the challenge, they interviewed people in the town, asking them how they felt about John Hutton and the Under Room. What they got in return was a collection of stories similar to the ones I've just reeled off, none of which deterred them, but all of which brought more interest and more viewers. The main instigator in all this, and the guy most keen to accept what he called the Alone with the Devil challenge, was a guy named Skit. I doubt that was his real name, but it's what he went by in the videos. He was a lanky, skinny-looking guy of around 20 years of age, who reminded me of the character Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Same lank hair, scrubby beard, and crooked half-slant of a smile. On the night of the challenge, he stood before the camera reading off a script of carefully prepared notes, hyping up how dangerous it was to accept the challenge and head below. What's strange about the footage, and what you'll see if you ever find it, is that just before he gets ready to go below, there is a strange pause, a silence, during which all the boys stop for a moment and the camera rolls on with dead air. At that moment, they're listening Off camera, you hear one of the boys ask if anyone else heard that. What they were supposed to have heard, I don't know. Rolling the tape back and listening again, there doesn't seem to be anything you can pick out, but the boys definitely heard something. After that, their demeanor changes. From the joking frivolity that had characterized the recording up to that point, the mood suddenly changes to one that is far more serious. As two boys in the background lift the ancient wooden trapdoor using a crowbar and a spade, we see below a cavernous open space. A gaping wound in the middle of the floor leading to a world of black. The boys doing the lifting seem to be in high spirits, but Skit is looking worried. Whatever it was that the boys supposedly heard, clearly it had rattled him. Looking into the camera, you can see in his eyes a level of trepidation that wasn't there moments before. When another boy says that it's almost time, we see his Adam's apple bob up and down with a heavy swallow, as if he is trying with all his might to straighten and steel himself for what might be coming. Finally, he approaches the hole. Slowly but surely, he lowers himself, like a worker descending through a manhole down into the sewer below, into the darkness. Off camera, someone shouts, "See you in 8 hours," whilst another, with a hideous cackle, screams, "Say hi to the devil for me." Skit raises his hand into a thumbs up as he disappears out of sight. He goes into that darkness without ever saying a word. In the videos leading up to the challenge, the boys agree on camera that Skit will not be let out, no matter how much he screams and how much he begs. The more cynical amongst us might then assume that when he did start screaming, raving, and bawling, begging to be let out because "there's something here, there's something here," the entire thing was set up beforehand, agreed by the entire crew so as to make the live stream more dramatic and interesting. Because of the pitch black below and the idea they'd gotten from somewhere that part of the challenge for Salt was to remain entirely in the dark so that his own mind could play tricks on him, Skit did not take a camera or a light below. Now I know what you might be thinking. If he did not film below the surface or even take a camera into the under room, then what on the video could be so bad? The answer is Skit himself, when they tried to pull him out. Exactly 8 hours after they shut the trapdoor and sealed him below, the rest of the crew opened it up to let their friend out. What emerged was not the same thing that entered. Skit had no clothes. None were found in the space after the fact, and no explanation has ever been given as to where they went. All I know is that Skit emerged without them, and without a single hair. Now, I have read in many stories accounts of people's hair turning white with fright. In theory, it isn't something that should happen in real life. What I have never read about is the complete removal of hair, not just from the head, but everywhere. Facial hair, underarm, even the eyebrows and eyelashes, gone. Whatever happened to Skit whilst down there, he emerged naked, completely hairless, and blind. The footage ends with 3 of the boys trying to lift their fractured friend out from below, and another calling an ambulance. For almost a year, that was the last I heard of the incident. There was a report in the local paper, but it offered nothing more than a cursory overview of the incident with no real insight into what might have occurred. Apparently, the police went to the site and checked the building, both above and below. What they found were 2 empty stone rooms. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing to report. A month ago, I was sent a letter at the university from an undergraduate student not in the field of linguistics, but in folklore and comparative religions. She was writing to ask if I could offer any help on a dissertation she was hoping to write on the old John Hutton Alone with the Devil legend. I said I would be happy to support her in any way I could, and we exchanged a few emails back and forth to discuss the basic ideas of her study. We arranged to meet a few weeks later so that she could go over a plan, and so she could show me some stuff I might not have seen. I was intrigued by this idea, but also a little reticent, worried that she might try to show me the footage of that awful challenge again. She didn't. But what she did show me chilled me almost as badly. What she brought with her were photographs of documents, writings produced by a man named Edwin Skitlow, Skit for short. These documents, she said, were produced by Skitlow over the course of almost a year, one sheet a day, every day. Despite having never been a religious person and despite now being legally blind, he had written, word for word and in perfect order, the text of the King James Bible, starting at Genesis and now approaching the end of the book of Numbers. On every page the student showed to me, Skitlow had printed the words perfectly, in neat, tightly packed lines, only to then draw over and deface his work with versions of a drawing that was horribly, eerily familiar. The young lady's name is Emily Jensen. Her work on the rural folklore of northern England, and particularly her essay on the Alone with the Devil myth, will be submitted later this year. Having handed over my own research materials, I withdrew from any further involvement with the piece. Somehow, I can't help but feel like I've done enough damage already. It might be worth mentioning that Skitlow does his work under supervision in a secure ward. He was committed shortly after the filming, and is considered to have been severely psychologically damaged by the incident. According to Emily, because of his tendency to become violent, he spends much of his time in his own room, alone. Unfortunately, though, I fear that even then there may always be somebody with him. Preston's Attic. It has always struck me as curious, Preston began, adopting, even in this personal letter to his sister, the dusty, overly formalized style common to those for whom scholarly pursuits have become a way of life. He was a Cambridge man, and, having no other living relatives and few friends outside of those whom he could also count as colleagues, he spent much of the ink from his pen not expended upon notes and essays, but corresponding with his ever-loving and miraculously ever-patient sibling. A sibling who, for her part, had become somewhat accustomed to her brother's habit of sharing his thoughts and musings in these interminable scrawlings. She, to her credit, maintained the habit of reading and responding to them in a timely fashion, albeit whilst also maintaining the necessary habit of skim-reading some of the more self-indulgent philosophical musings of the type that this particular missive threatened to become. Indeed, upon reading the words, "It has always struck me as curious," with which Preston had started this latest letter, she had literally sunk, resignedly, into a nearby chair with something that far better resembled a sigh than a smile upon her lips. "It has always struck me as curious," she read aloud to me, only slightly shaking her head as she did, "the way in which, even as adults, we can sometimes feel a sense of creeping trepidation or unease when required to enter a cellar or an attic." At this, Preston's sister, whom we might as well refer to as Sarah, since that is her given name, became a little more interested. In contrast to her brother, who had always been of the steadfastly sceptical type, she was a committed fan of those entertainments some would term supernatural, and found a particular fascination in any story that might claim to raise the hackles or chill the blood. Indeed, she had, since her teenage years, spent many a night enthralled by the works of Mr. Le Fanu and M.R. James, and, whilst her brother hardly seemed capable of producing anything that might rival the work of those gifted gentlemen, the first sentence at least promised something less mundane than his usual ponderings. "How odd it is to consider," Preston went on, "that even within the supposed safety of our own homes we should have certain shadowy areas that are capable of instilling within us a sense of apprehension, foreboding, and even fear. These are spaces, rooms after all, which in their brick-and-mortar composition are ostensibly identical to all others in the house, the only difference being that they are less frequently visited. Yet there is undeniably something difficult to articulate about those places, the shadowy borders that rest just upon the outskirts of our daily lives, that quietly but undoubtedly vexes the mind. I have seen men, grown men, rational and well-respected within their fields, visibly cringe at the short, clicking consonants of the word attic, or describe a simple errand, such as the retrieval of some object or other from the cellar or basement, as if it were an odious task fraught with danger. Can we be expected to believe that these gentlemen of good standing still retain their childhood fears of the dark? How best are we to account for these strange fancies? Is it perhaps that man naturally retains, even within his own dwelling, some reverence for the heavens above him and fear of the pit below? Does he perhaps see even within the structure of his own home a microcosm of his place within the universe? Or is it perhaps that these less trod spaces have replaced the fringes of the villages and camps from which we all came? That, in their shadowed spaces, they remind us all, in some small way, of those black fringes at the edge of the tree-line where the light of the fire will never quite reach, those points between the trees that remain unseen, but where we know, instinctively, that things with watching eyes and lolling tongues huddle, prowl, and wait. The letter I have quoted from, and which was read aloud to me, represents the first in a series of notes sent by my brother-in-law to his sister, my wife, around 3 months ago. I confess that whilst I did take note of my wife's reactions to these letters, and listen as she read portions aloud, I paid little heed or attention to the letter's actual content. That is, until very recently, when my wife, who had always been in the diligent habit of collecting and preserving any and all correspondence between herself and her loved ones, even going to the trouble of collecting and binding them up into small bundles, storing them away for the supposed purpose of later examination and reflection, presented me with these particular missives and asked that I question Preston further on the matter. Precisely why she was compelled to dig up these forgotten letters, and indeed why she took the further step of insisting, quite forcefully, that I both revisit them and quiz Preston about them, was something of a mystery, though I will admit that I am glad she did so. For what was revealed through those letters and my subsequent conversations with Preston was a detailed first-hand account of a most singular occurrence, one which, with his permission, I intend to outline here. It would be best, perhaps, to begin with an explanation of exactly what it was that led Preston to his prolonged contemplation of attics and cellars in the first place. Preston's musings, and in turn his conviction that he should collect those musings on the page and subject his sister to them by way of the evening post, were initiated by a chance encounter he happened to have with a small boy. This boy, whom Preston identifies in his letter as the son of his host, had trundled enthusiastically along the corridor earlier that afternoon and passed several times by the open door of Preston's room in pursuit of some tin soldiers who had clearly broken ranks and gone missing in enemy territory beneath the rug. Preston, who had been busy making himself comfortable in his room, a space which he intended to occupy for a number of weeks by making a fastidious and perhaps overly attentive fuss of arranging his books, noticed the boy and beckoned to him. Though, as a lifelong bachelor, Preston had never fathered any children of his own, he was not, as some within his college seemed to be, opposed to their existence on general principle. On the contrary, he was one of the few within his circle who remembered what it was like to have ever actually been a child. Calling to the boy with the intention of introducing himself, something he considered to be only polite, seeing as how he was planning to stay at the inn and would undoubtedly encounter the tiny chap daily, Preston bent down a little onto one knee to speak to him, adopting the manner and posture he had observed others use when speaking to children, and which seemed to have worked for them. "I say, did you manage to find the missing soldier in the end?" he asked with exaggerated curiosity, though he knew already that the boy had indeed retrieved the object of his fascination from its hiding place under the rug. The boy, clearly not in the least bit shy around strangers, bounded forward, and in one pudgy hand proudly held out the tiny figurine, hoping to show his new friend not only that he had retrieved it, but that it was an object worthy of some comment. Preston admired the miniature hero with feigned enthusiasm, complimenting its detail and mentioning how brave the boy must be to command an entire regiment of such figures. The boy smiled, beaming with pride, and informed Preston that, indeed, he had over 30 similar figures, and that he put them through their paces daily. He was in the process of discussing some imagined battle that these brave tin warriors had recently fought, when he suddenly stopped midway through his sentence, and, letting out a small shriek, shrank backward, taking almost a full step away from the threshold of the room, and recoiling into the corridor with such speed that it was, Preston said, as if he had accidentally pressed his hand against the surface of a hot kettle. Troubled by this curious change in the boy, and hoping that he had not somehow upset the child in any way that might put a dark mark against his name with the boy's parents, Preston proceeded to question him as to what the matter was. At first, the boy remained silent. Speaking to me later, Preston recalled the two things that he noticed most keenly, and which left quite the impression upon him. Firstly, there was the way in which the boy, who had only seconds earlier been proudly displaying his soldier at arm's length, now clutched the tin brigadier tightly to his chest with both hands, the knuckles of the fingers straining white with the force of his grip, though whether this gesture was intended to protect the soldier itself or have it protect him was unclear. The second, and more immediately apparent change, was in the boy's demeanour, and especially his movement. Whereas only seconds earlier he had been all smiles and enthusiasm, now he seemed rigid and still, his eyes fixed squarely onto a space somewhere over Preston's right shoulder. Upon first turning to look back himself, Preston saw nothing that might account for such a marked change, and fully expected when he turned back to find the boy giggling or making some joke about having made him look. Instead, he found him once again, standing stock still with his mouth slightly agape. Still, the boy stared. "There is something incredibly unnerving," Preston told me later, "about the sight of real stillness in a child. Something equally unnerving as it is awful. It is the same manner of thing that you often see in war. Alongside casualties and the other more expected horrors, you see children, stunned by what they have seen, frozen in place, robbed of their animation, as if what they've seen, like the face of some dreadful Gorgon, had turned them all to stone. You see them standing there, silent and glassy-eyed, like the stuffed specimens of animals one finds in a museum. Seeing that boy doing nothing more offensive than standing perfectly still, with not a quiver of movement, was unnatural in a way far more horrifying than if he had screamed bloody murder and shouted for his mother." Following the boy's line of sight, in an attempt to see what he was staring at, Preston said he eventually gazed up at the ceiling of his room and, for the first time, noticed the small, dark rectangle that squatted, malevolently, in the corner. The dark square interrupted the otherwise uniform sea of beige like a black hole in the surface of a tooth. This hole, or hatch, Preston reasoned, must be the entrance to an attic space immediately above his room, a space for which the covering panel had either been removed or had blown off accidentally. Why the sight of an attic room with the cover removed should elicit such a visceral reaction, forcing the child to physically withdraw like an animal shrinking from a flame, Preston could not fathom. Nor was he able to question the boy, for no sooner had he turned around than the boy, as if suddenly released from the pause in a game of musical statues, sprang back into life and sprinted away down the hall, calling back something that was likely, "It is dark up there." but which, muffled by his haste and the echoes of the corridor, sounded to Preston more like, "There's dark up there," or "The dark lives up there." Though he spends some lines considering exactly why many tend to feel uneasy when entering such spaces, Preston, in his letter to his sister that day, stops short of including himself within that number, and affects an air of detached clarity which might not have been entirely genuine. Whilst he does outline his intention to speak to the innkeeper, in order to explain that he would prefer the attic space closed, as it was somewhat unsightly, and could, he feared, be an entrance for all manner of draughts if the weather becomes less pleasant, he stops short of expressing any actual trepidation about the presence of such a hole, and well short of expressing any superstitious concerns in relation to the attic space, or it being so nakedly open. At supper, Preston writes, his attempts to raise the issue of the open attic were thwarted by the sheer force and volume of his host's husband, who, in a transparent attempt to escape the clutches of his beloved, suggested repeatedly, almost to the point of insistence, that Preston join him on the links for a round of golf, despite Preston's own insistence that he lacked the equipment, not to mention the motivation, to do so. Fleeing from this imposition before he could be pinned down to an actual time or commitment, Preston ate his supper quickly, excused himself far earlier than expected, and retreated to his room, cursing himself as he did for not mentioning the blasted hole. Still, his letter, which signs off cheerily, shows no indication of the trepidation and hesitance toward that attic room that would invade his thoughts that night. Only in his next letter does any such fear creep into the text. That night, Preston explains, he found that sleep came only in snatched, fitful bursts. He reports several times during the night awaking with the oppressive feeling of being watched. After several failed attempts to settle, he writes mournfully, I resolved to light a candle, find some volume that might be close to hand, and read until drowsiness overtook me. This plan, however, was never fully realized, for whilst I did succeed in lighting the candle and retrieving the book I wanted from the shelf, I found myself wholly unable to concentrate upon the text. Time and again I would near the end of a sentence and feel my eyes and thoughts wandering, as if pulled or tugged by an invisible force or instinct, away from the page and towards that gaping hole in the corner of the room. I remember sitting, propped up in bed, and struggling to see much beyond the end of the bed. The candle's dim light reached only so far into the darkness, so that beyond the measure of a few feet only the vaguest outline of shapes were perceptible. Still, the hole leading to the attic was clear, the black square appearing somehow blacker even than the rest of the room, as if that one patch had been painted with a darker shade or deeper pigment. Even in the darkness, that place was darker still. Staring into that space, Preston notes, he came slowly but surely to understand his young friend's reticence, and, for the first time, he felt it necessary to pull the bedclothes up and around him, not for want of warmth, but to feel in some way more secure, like a child hiding beneath a blanket, huddled in fear of the bogeyman. Time and again he attempted to return, with little luck, to his book. Finally, in a fit of frustration, he decided it was a lost cause, and turned on his side to extinguish the candle. No sooner had he shifted in bed, however, than a sound stopped him in his tracks. Preston froze. At first, he wondered if the sound might have been his own doing, that he might, in pulling across the bed, have tugged the sheets or disturbed the blankets in such a way that might have created such a noise. But no. Even as he stayed silent, still, and fixed in position, one hand reaching toward the candle's flame, the sound persisted. It was a low, shuffling scrape. The hiss and pull, thought Preston, of things moving in that very space above him. There was, he said, sitting there in the hush of night, with only the candle's gentle crackle to disturb the silence, something strangely ominous about that hole and that whispered suggestion of sound. As he stared at the space, unable to tear his eyes away, the scintilla of an idea began to creep upon him, the idea of this hole as a portal or door to some other place, the entrance to a cave or hollow, in which some hunched and wretched thing in a shuffle of tattered cloth could be squatted, waiting. In daylight, he knew he would dismiss such ideas as fanciful, but here, in the quiet of this room, they were pressingly, awfully real. Again, the hiss and the shuffle came, this time accompanied by a creak, a slow, aching whine as one of the floorboards in the space above him protested against the weight of someone walking above. Perhaps, thought Preston, it is the wind. Some draught slithering through cracks in the wood, disturbing whatever collection of long-forgotten objects might be stored in that nook. No sooner had this thought emerged, however, than it was dismissed by the sight of the candle's flame, straight, still, and undisturbed by any current of air. Then came the thud, a heavy, rounded thunk of impact, as something suddenly dropped heavily from that space above and landed hard in the empty space beyond the foot of his bed. Reeling and recoiling in a tangled swirl of bedclothes and blankets, Preston, his heart pounding in his throat, legs flailing and kicking wildly against the sheet, tried in vain to escape and dive from the bed. His mind filled, he said, with images of some chimp-like thing that had, on lengthy sinewed arms, lowered itself from that place above and dropped with a cushioned thump to the space at the end of his bed. Again and again he kicked to escape, but succeeded only in falling from the bed, tumbling to the ground below so that he hit the boards with a thud many times louder than the one he had heard. As he desperately pulled and tugged at the sheets to free himself from the constricting coils, he looked over toward the space from which the awful sound had come, and saw nothing. No deformed intruder, no sign of the stooping, ill-made thing, the troglodyte of his nightmare fancies. Instead, he saw, in that space, a book, a large volume, beautifully bound, with dust still gently settling around it. Rising to his feet and reaching somewhat hastily for the candle, he first held it at arm's length, searching and scouring the corners of the room for any trace of his imagined horrors. Then, once satisfied that he was indeed alone in the room, he moved toward the tome. It had, undoubtedly, fallen from above, from out of that still black square, and landed heavily on the ground below, almost perfectly beneath it. Lifting the book to examine its contents, Preston immediately felt himself becoming excited. Inside were beautifully illuminated pages, in a mixture of not only Greek and Latin scripts, but Syriac Aramaic. Hardly able to contain his excitement, Preston laid the book flat on the bed, realizing almost immediately that this was a significant find, a text of many centuries' age that had, up until this point, been undocumented and undescribed. What fortune, he thought, that such a thing should fall, almost literally, into the hands of a scholar such as himself, for whom the study of manuscripts and comparative religion was a speciality. It was at this point that an idea occurred to Preston, a thought that thrilled him so that his insides seemed to whirl and dance with excitement. Was it possible, he thought, considering from whence this book had obviously come, that there might be more? At once, all of Preston's secret fantasies of presenting hitherto unseen manuscripts to the university, being lauded amongst his peers as the first not only to discover these key texts, but to unlock their secrets, rose like a flame within him. His earlier fear transformed almost immediately to a species of fervid excitement. Scurrying hastily to the bedside table, he quickly retrieved 2 or 3 more candles. Placing 2 of them carefully into holders and another into the neck of an empty bottle, he placed them on the floor around the space where the book had fallen. Suddenly, the square above looked less black and, in the golden wash provided by the candles, showed its edges of warm, ancient wood. How old, Preston wondered, was this building? How old the village in which it resided, and, more importantly, what undiscovered treasures might the forgotten corners of such a place be hiding? Moving toward the heavy oak desk, he carefully removed from the wall the mirror that had been hanging there. Carrying it across the room, he placed it carefully onto the floor so that it lay directly below the entrance to the attic. Above this, he held the hand mirror that had been left for him on the dresser. Angling the flame of one candle with one hand so that the light crept reluctantly up into the attic space, and maneuvering the handheld mirror with the other, he was able to explore, in reflection at least, some of what that shadowy room concealed. What he saw, revealed in the glass, made his heart almost skip a beat. It was a tiny, cramped, but well-stocked library. Shelves of books from ceiling to floor, all of them beautifully bound and covered over with a layer of dust so thick that it was a wonder the shelves had not already bowed under its weight. Above and around these volumes were rolls of vellum, wound up like scrolls, bound with careful knots of lace. Beside the shelves, great folios, almost the height of a man's waist, rested heavy and filled with sheets of parchment, the visible edges of which, even from this vantage point, glimmered with the sheen of stunning gold leaf. Giddy with excitement and a burning desire to explore this space and its content in detail, Preston looked around the room for some means of getting to it. It was too late now to ask for a ladder to be brought, but perhaps, he thought, he might arrange the furniture in such a way, a chair placed atop the desk perhaps, that he might be able to pull himself up and into the space, accessing its riches even before the rest of the house awoke. It was only as he turned to reach for the chair that he started with fright at the tiny figure standing in the doorway. It was the boy, waiting, perfectly silent in stocking feet, just at the threshold of the room. When, and indeed how, the door to his chambers had been opened and the boy had padded silently to its entrance, Preston was at a loss to explain. But there he was, wide-eyed and silent, still holding his tiny soldier. Moving toward him quickly, Preston intended to challenge the boy as to why he was out of bed at such an hour, and hoped to return him to his own rooms as quickly as possible, so that he might return to his newly discovered treasure. Before he could advance further, however, the boy stepped around him and, moving almost noiselessly, pattered toward the small arrangement of candles and mirrors that Preston had created. Squatting down, so that only his face and hands were visible in the meagre light, the boy noiselessly lifted the hand mirror and angled it toward the attic. What Preston saw, he said, was impossible. Whilst the mirror, lying flat along the floor, retained its image of a book-filled room, the other mirror somehow displayed an entirely different scene. Here, though it should have shown the exact same space, was a different room entirely, a beautifully lit and sumptuously decorated room stuffed to the brim with toys of every description. From colourful dolls to soldiers and spinning tops, rocking horses and games of skittles, all standing where earlier scrolls had been visible. In place of books, the shelves were instead filled with jar upon jar of colourful sweets, from candy canes to sherbet lemons, all of them enticing, all of them clear to see. As Preston opened his mouth to speak, to ask how such a thing was possible, the boy hurriedly shushed him, raising a single finger and pressing it firmly against his cherubic lips. Then, with a slow, deliberate gesture, he brought that same finger to point gently to his ear. "Listen," the boy was saying, without ever uttering a sound. For a few moments the pair remained in silence. The boy, now kneeling, gazed fixedly upward into the hole, whilst the man towering over him observed his every movement. At last, with tiny, almost imperceptible slowness, a shape began to descend from the hole. Gliding smoothly downward on a piece of silken thread, a toy soldier, suspended with a noose-like knot around its throat, was lowered by some unseen hand from above, so that it came to a stop and dangled a few centimetres from the boy's face. Though he peered intently into the shadows, Preston was unable to see anyone holding the other end of the line. It seemed, for all intents and purposes, to have emerged somehow from the very darkness itself. With a croaking whisper, the boy finally spoke. "It's for me. He can see me, kneeling here. He sent me down a treat. He wants for me to take it." As the boy extended his tiny hand out toward the twirling figure, Preston all at once saw its hideous meaning. Here was not some gift presented by an unseen friend, but rather some species of lure, dangled as enticement, like a worm before a fish. It was a thing the boy desired, a sweet temptation for him to take. The toy, the sweets, the room, all of it was bait. He had seen his own desire, the boy was seeing his. Moving closer toward them would no doubt end badly for both. Lunging forward, Preston batted at the young boy's hand, hoping to prevent him from touching the wretched gift. The boy, however, had already withdrawn. Clearly, he had no intention of being coaxed or inveigled by this ruse. Instead, in a series of swift, evasive movements, he angled the mirror this way and that, searching and scouring the angles of the space until, at last, he fixed on a particular spot and screamed at once, "See, it's him! He's here! See, it's him! It's him!" What, precisely, it was that suddenly rushed out of view, Preston has been unable to tell. From his perspective there was, he said, little more than a darting blur, a shape, caught for only an instant in the tilting surface of the mirror, so that whatever it was, it must have been to some extent distorted. Still, he writes with cryptic unease, whatever it was that darted past, in a flurry of skittering feet, it was almost the size of a man, and moved in crooked, stooping lunges. From the brief glimpse I had of it, it appeared to be almost entirely grey, and appeared, even in that tiniest of glimpses, to have row upon row of teeth. Clasping the boy firmly by the waist, Preston dragged him and ran from the room, along the landing and through the nearest open door into an adjacent room, one that turned out to be the boy's own. As dawn began to colour the sky, the boy explained how that small space was covered over again and again by his parents, only to be found open again in the morning. He spoke, with a sort of curling reticence, of how he had heard a voice calling to him softly from that attic, a hiss of little whispers, telling him to come and play. The voice, he said, had promised him things, candy apples and beautiful toys, sweets and wooden soldiers. But when I went into the room, he said, I saw his hand peeping out, and it wasn't alive. The hand, he said, had been curled around the edge of the wood, peeking ever so slightly out from the edge of the hole, and looked to him less like a hand and more like the foot of a bird, long and thin and sharp. The events described in these letters took place around 3 months prior to me penning this story. Though Preston confronted the owners of the inn with both his own story and the boy's, they remained stubbornly incredulous. Whilst they promised to once again cover over the hole and to seal up the attic for good, they steadfastly refused to go up and investigate, or to prevent any further guests from spending a night in that room. This situation would, of course, raise quite some alarm, were it not for the fact that the inn in question burned to the ground a little over a week ago. Fortunately, an anonymous warning enabled the owner's family and their guests to escape entirely unharmed, but the building itself was not so lucky. The entire structure and all of its contents were reduced completely to ashes. Whilst I'm sure that, under the circumstances, some might be tempted to look in Preston's direction when searching for a suspect for this arson, especially after his vocal protests and subsequent letters to the family, I can assure you that he was in no way responsible. Nor could he have been. In fact, Preston and I spent the entire duration of that evening in the tavern, surrounded by a host of other patrons who would happily verify our whereabouts were it ever to be called into question. This, in itself, is a curious detail, as he and I had never ventured out alone together on such a jaunt before. As luck would have it, we chose that night of all nights to do so, albeit not of our own volition, but at my wife's suggestion and highly vocal insistence. The Taking of Teeth. It was as much, it seemed to me, to quell the wailing howls of Annalise as to satisfy any true belief in her accusations that we first agreed to set about the odious task that brought us, spades in hand, to the freshly turned-up earth of the old gentleman's grave. She had come that night, wailing and slobbering into the building, screaming not bloody murder, but of murder that was, in contrast to her cries, of a more silent and insidiously serpentine form. Not that the supposed subtlety of the method did anything to decrease the volume and ferocity of her exclamations. "Poison! Poison!" she had called, with such repetitive ferocity that the very word must have hung upon the ears of every Pariser for the span of several streets, and continued to ring in my own ears long after we had succeeded in quieting her. Her contention, spurious as it may have been and indeed proved to be, was that her father, the late Edouard Mousson, had not, in fact, died of natural causes, but had instead been poisoned by his new wife, a woman whom Annalise clearly regarded as an intruding usurper, hell-bent upon desecrating and trampling underfoot the memory of her late mother. There had, it was true, been some speculation and loose talk about the speed with which Monsieur Mousson took up a second wife following the first's demise, and even rumours of illicit meetings and impropriety during the unfortunate woman's lifetime. Never, however, had those rumours suggested any malice or foul play until Mousson, not 6 months out from his nuptials, suddenly succumbed and joined his late wife upon those fabled Stygian shores. Now, with her accusing finger pointing directly at the new bride, whilst the other hand clutched the will and testament so recently altered to disinherit her, Annalise Mousson threw out curses and accusations as if they were blessings and greetings. The new bride, she insisted, Annalise would never deign to refer to the woman by her given name, had conspired to have her father alter his will in such a way that his accumulated fortune and all worldly possessions would be left entirely to her. She had then, Annalise claimed, concealed some flasson within her skirts, and, conspiring like Marlowe's Barabbas to infect the broth taken by her spouse, had polluted it with a venomous concoction. She had, in short, poisoned him. Whilst there was little evidence save for the rewritten will and the pertinacity of Annalise's accusations, and for our own part little motivation to do so, save for bringing an end to her interminable caterwauling, it was decided at length that the weight of suspicion did indeed hang heavy enough in the balance for an exhumation to be justified. It was therefore decided that a dig would take place the following morning, in order that Mousson's body might be re-examined, and the cause of his death more thoroughly and conclusively investigated. So it was that in the frigid grey of that sombre December's morn, myself and several other officers took the unholy steps of disturbing the soil and rousing from its eternal rest the body of Edouard Mousson. Having observed first-hand, both at medical school and during my time as an investigator, the mauling effects that the ground and worms have upon the flesh when allowed the leniency of time, I would ordinarily have approached this task with some apprehension, reluctant in every instance to look upon corruption's ruinous handiwork. In this case, however, I felt somewhat reassured by the brevity of time elapsed between burial and exhumation, and, Whilst I was still chastened by the gravity of our task, I remained confident that the artifice of the mortician's brush, and the brief interval that had elapsed, would save us from any dire confrontation with the chewing maw of time, and grant us the mercy of regarding the late Mr. Mousson in a state at least approaching that in which he had lived. These hopes of preservation, however, were very soon to be dashed. Oh, what horror awaited! In the very instant that the lid was drawn back, in the very moment of its unveiling, the wretched hideousness of that visage forced the assembled party back, as they each, including myself, recoiled in disgust at the ghastly apparition that had been revealed. Worse still than the vision itself was the realization that this gruesome sight was not due to any great increase in the rate of decomposition, or indeed the effects of any poison upon the tissues, but rather to a ghoulish and deliberate act of calculated desecration. For upon prying open the lid of the casket, we were greeted not with the face of one who slept in peaceful repose, but in fact with something that was hardly a face at all. For a moment I considered that perhaps there had been some issue in the embalming, that perhaps the supportive structures or gauzes placed inside of the jaw had collapsed overnight, and that this was the reason for the hollowed-out implosion of everything from the top lip down, but again, this was not the case. The bottom portion of Mousson's countenance, once held in high regard and widely discussed by the ladyfolk of the city, was now mangled almost to a rotten mulch. The mouth itself was caked with thick, red-brown gouts of the most horrendous gore. The lips, torn and shredded as if lacerated by some machine, hung in tattered flaps around the exposed gums, which were themselves swollen and plump with the purplish pink of prolonged damage. Freed from the framing curtain of the lips, they bulged and gaped nakedly forward, exposing the fact that every one of Mousson's teeth had been unceremoniously ripped from his jaw. Completing the task that we had been assigned, we lifted the limp carcass into the waiting canvas and conveyed it back to the morgue for examination. By this point, however, it was the post-mortem injuries that had excited my imagination, and for which I most keenly sought answers. Who, with what apparatus, and for what purpose, had prized open the rigid jaws of the dead and stolen all of his teeth? It was a week later that I received my answer. I had been lying in bed, though in truth for the 7 days since the exhumation I had enjoyed little in the way of rest, haunted as I was by the image of that mutilated face, the hollow, cavernous O of that open hole of a mouth, and the persistent illusion that, despite my fastidious cleanliness and the generous application of soap, water, and cologne, I could still smell the cool, earthy tang of soil and mould upon my skin, as both scent and memory lingered around me. It was just past midnight that the thundering upon my chamber door awoke me, and doubtless most of my neighbours, as it threatened in its force and instance to break the very panels of the wood. No sooner had I opened the door a crack than a familiar voice harried me to get dressed immediately and meet him at the end of the street where a hansom cab was waiting. This message, unaccompanied by any form of greeting, was barked at me as an imperative, an order not to be seen as a request and to be undertaken with the greatest of haste. Hearing it spoken by that voice, I did not hesitate, but simply turned and obeyed. I knew better than to distrust the speaker, or to delay for 1 second when time was of the essence. Seated in the cab, and still only partially dressed, I struggled with my cravat as my companion repeatedly bellowed at the driver not to spare the horses and to "Hurry, man!" The narrow back streets of Paris, running across the face of the city like a network of arteries, flew past in a blur of cornicing and cobblestones, as the hansom, more than once, leant awkwardly on its wheels as it careened perilously around a sharp corner. Only when it became apparent that the horses were at full stretch, and that to move with any greater rapidity would risk tipping the carriage, did my companion rest back into his seat, and I was finally able to inquire as to where we were rushing with such unrestrained haste. In response, my companion sighed and handed me a leaf of paper with a name and address printed upon it. The location itself was in one of the poorer quarters of the city, around 2 miles from my own lodgings. When I naturally inquired why we were heading to this location, he responded cryptically that we were going there to apprehend a murderer before he has the chance to become one. When I inquired after the identity of this supposed murderer, or murderer-to-be, my companion again replied with a clipped and direct answer. "We are heading to the abode of Arthur Lodin, the man who steals teeth." Hearing this, I paused. There had been no report of the mutilation to the press, no official documentation of the case yet published, and yet here was my companion touching with deliberate and focused accuracy upon a case I had only recently opened. Choosing not to press him on how he had come by this information, I resolved to withhold any further questions until after we had arrived, contenting myself to instead simply watch in admiring fascination as my companion scribbled in a small notebook, scratching out and correcting whilst writing at a furious pace. As he did so, the speed and force of his intellectual machinations showed upon his face, and I could only marvel once again at the man's remarkable acumen, and wonder at what speed and in what strange intersecting orbits his thoughts were travelling. The man sitting opposite to me that night, moving with uncharacteristic agitation and still shouting periodically to the driver in an attempt to induce some frankly impossible increase in the horse's efforts, was none other than Erasmus Crane, a man whose singular talents in the field of ratiocination made him instrumental in the resolution of several high-profile cases in London over the course of the last decade. Why he might now be in France, and in Paris, of all places, I had not the slightest notion. I had first made Crane's acquaintance 10 years ago, when we had been brought together by our common pursuit of the same rare volume, and, finding our habits and interests to be well suited, had lived together for a period. Since then, I had not only moved to Paris, leaving my friend in London, but also borne witness to several demonstrations of the man's singular genius. Though we had spoken with much less frequency in recent years owing to the distance, he was a man that I considered to be both a mentor and a friend. Now, here he was, conducting his business not in his favoured London, but in my own beautiful Paris. For his part, Crane had been somewhat disappointed when I had expressed my wish to join the constabulary, a collection of individuals whom he regarded to be both ignorant and inept in equal measure. I, however, had been undeterred by his reproaches, and had satisfied myself with the knowledge that, in such a role, I held the authority to officially apprehend those wrongdoers that Crane was so artfully able to identify. Clearly it was this honour of my office which made me valuable to him at that moment. Indeed, were his methods not so unconventional and ill-suited for the constraints of a formal obligation, Crane might have fit perfectly into the organisation. This, however, was an insurmountable hurdle, as Crane was as confident in his methodology as he was stubbornly recalcitrant. Arriving at the address, I was surprised to see Crane spring from the cab, and, with a vigour and agility seldom seen in a man of his advanced years, bound up the steps and begin to rap heavily upon the casement, with the same thudding determination he had used on the door of my own quarters. Whilst I paid the cabby a small sum and bade him to wait for our return, I noticed a light come on inside the house, and hurried to join my associate on the top step, ready to pounce upon whatever fiend he had identified. Imagine my surprise and consternation when the heavy door was drawn back to reveal a tiny old woman, still half asleep, and muttering curses and epithets even as she opened the door. Erasmus Crane, who had clearly not come to this address in search of this old lady, enquired after the whereabouts of another individual, a man named Arthur Lodin. The woman, who turned out to be the concierge for the collection of apartments, revealed that the curious Mr. Lodin had not been back to his apartment that evening, and that she had no idea where he might have got to. Crane cursed aloud, spitting the words in a violent paroxysm of frustration and annoyance. He apologized for his outburst, bowed as he bade the concierge good evening, and, turning on his heel, proceeded back to the cab, leaving me to further apologize to the woman for having woken her and to trail impotently behind. Climbing into the carriage, I found Crane already hunched over on his side of the bench. His head was down, shaking gently from side to side. Though his face was almost entirely obscured by shadow and the bowler hat he perennially wore, his temperament in that moment was nevertheless abundantly clear. Observing the vice-like grip he maintained upon the head of his cane, the way that his hands, wrapped like talons, squeezed with such force that the cord-like sinews protruded, and the flesh around the knuckles stretched and pressed to a brilliant whiteness, it was clear that he was either wrestling with some conundrum that required the deepest and most physically demanding levels of concentration, or he was barely containing a frustration that threatened at any moment to erupt into an explosion of concentrated rage. I was to find out later that it was, in fact, both. Without disturbing him from this curled chrysalis of emotion, nor inquiring after his intended destination, I instructed the cabby to return to my own chambers, reasoning that Crane would be happy to camp there for the evening, and would perhaps be willing to offer something by way of an explanation. On the way there, Crane never raised his head once. The only words he said were hissed out with such vitriol, such a pointed, venomous sharpness, that it seemed the words themselves might have been dipped in poison, like the arrow tip of a tribesman's dart. "The damned fools," he muttered. "We're too late. Already too late." For my part, I said nothing, and instead simply sat back, watching from the window as a pale blush of watery pink coloured the Parisian dawn. I knew better than to press Crane. Inviting him into my home, I directed him towards the study, and, once seated, allowed him the time he needed in silence to remain in the meditative state of private contemplation into which he was immersed. It was curious to observe him like this. Like an insect or tortoise retreating into its shell, he seemed to have turned almost entirely inward. Even as he had ascended the stairs, I could see that this internal wrestling had a clear physical manifestation, and that he seemed even to walk with difficulty, as if the steps interrupted this process of coiling and curling himself around his thoughts, nestling the few kindling embers of an idea and shielding them from any outside interference until he succeeded in making them ignite. In the meantime, I busied myself with the lighting of an actual fire, and Crane offered his sole acknowledgment in the form of an appreciative nod when the flames finally began to catch and shadows danced upon the wall. An hour later, I looked across to see that this same fire had provided some comfort and gone some way to thaw the icy glaciers and pitted fissures of Crane's furrowed brow. His demeanour also seemed to have warmed sufficiently that he was able, after a short interval, to explain his frustrations and the nature of his strange errand. "I believe," he began, apropos of nothing at all, "that a few days ago you and your colleagues took the first clumsy steps upon a road I have been travelling along for quite some time." He removed his hat for the first time and ran his fingers wearily through slicked back strands of silvery hair. "You stumbled upon a cadaver which had been unceremoniously stripped of its teeth. Is that not correct?" I sat up in my chair and leaned towards him, nodding to confirm his assertion, whilst also wondering how it was possible that he had come by this information in the first place. "Before you make the obvious enquiry, no, I have not had access to any of your internal documentation, nor do I have any moles or spies within the organization willing to provide me with information about ongoing enquiries, save for yourself, of course." I raised a smile here, though I confess I was still suspicious that Crane might have an informant within our ranks. "In truth," he went on, "had not you and your colleagues arrived with shovel and pickaxe when you did, had you, for example, delayed for another hour, you may well have found an even greater mystery in the form of an empty grave." I regarded him closely, trying to follow his slowly uncoiling line of thinking. "I believe that our friendship provides me sufficient largesse to be honest and admit to you that had you not arrived at that moment, I would have beaten you to the task. I had planned,
not 1 hour after you removed the body, to conduct my own investigations by exhuming old Mousson with the intention of examining his jaw. As it would happen, the focused precision of my plans were disrupted by the ramshackle stumbling of your own."
Crane was, of course, correct that we had in no way intended to stumble upon the dental mutilation, but rather that we had been conducting official business, and I was somewhat alarmed to hear that my friend would have gone forward with his plan to execute an unsanctioned exhumation solely for the purposes of uncovering such a crime. "I am quite sure we did not mean to step on any toes or impede your progress, Crane, but you must admit that the business of the constabulary takes precedent over your own private inquiries, and that the investigation of a possible murder supersedes any case of post-mortem desecration," I replied, not a little defensively. Even before I had finished, however, Crane was already shaking his head.
"And would you not agree, dear friend, that the prevention of an actual murder supersedes the investigation of an imagined one?"
Here, for the first time, Crane showed some glimpse of the wit and good humour to which I had become accustomed, and even allowed the faintest shadow of a smile to play upon his lips.
"I am assuming that the inquiries around the supposed poisoning of Monsieur Mousson bore little in the way of actual fruit, and that, though the disinherited daughter continues to scream, no evidence to confirm her suspicions has been found?"
On this point, Crane had me, and I was forced to concede that he was correct in his assertion. There was no evidence of poisoning.
"I see. And, as a price for this pointless exercise in digging up the dead, your organization may inadvertently have endangered the life of some other poor soul, and allowed that lunatic Laudin to escape into the night."
Here he shook his head, holding his open hand before him as if weighing some invisible object.
"Even when faced with the evidence, they have allowed themselves, just as they have before, to become distracted and ensorcelled by the grim realities and sensational features of the case, whilst ignoring the finer and more important details. For me, as an interested observer, it appears always that the shocking crimson of the scene has blinded them to the obvious by painting their eyes all over with red. Now we shall be forced to wait until evening to apprehend the suspect, and even then only if his instincts prove to be in line with my calculations."
Here I was forced to stop Crane. Whilst I had been pleased to indulge him so far and to allow him to exercise his acid tongue upon the good name of the constabulary, I felt that this indulgence had reached its limits, and told him that if he was to continue in such a fashion, the least he could do was explain his grievance plainly and without secrecy, elaborating upon how and why he considered his own methodology and investigation to be superior, and what action he intended to take to see its aims come to fruition and the suspect apprehended, adding the perhaps unnecessary barb that a crime, even one as severe as murder, is not a crime until it is committed. The man you suspect is not yet a murderer, and so, therefore, could not be charged with such a crime, nor is he at this point even a suspect in any ongoing investigation. Crane sighed, and, leaning back in his chair, steepled his fingers beneath his chin. Then, after a few moments in silence, he retrieved from his pocket his pipe, and proceeded at length to explain.
"It is true, I confess, that Laudin is not yet a murderer, or at least so far as we know. However, the purpose of the constabulary, as I understand it, is to prevent crime, not simply to police it after the fact. If, as in this case, there is a strong indication that a man shall be driven to such lengths, then I would consider it entirely reasonable for the constabulary to detain him, if only to halt this spate of desecrations and unsanctioned exhumations of which he is assuredly guilty."
Here I became interested, not only in the forcefulness of his assertion, but with the numbers. "Spate of desecrations?" I repeated questioningly. Crane smiled broadly and lit his pipe.
"As I suspected. The mauling of Mr. Mousson was your first encounter with such an incident?
I nodded in confirmation as Crane, sighing, reached into the breast pocket of his jacket and produced an envelope, clearly stuffed almost to the point of bursting with folded documents and newspaper cuttings. Selecting an example at random, he handed it to me. The story from one of the evening gazettes was a report on the continuing mystery of the 7 heads. In it, the reporter explained how in the last 4 months, 7 separate heads, separated from their bodies, had been found in curious locations across the city. These heads, stumbled upon by citizens, had variously been found in a farmer's field, on the steps of a municipal building, under the boughs of an ancient oak tree that stands by the shores of the Seine, and resting, as if in repose, on a churchyard wall, amongst other venues. Quickly scanning over the words, I glanced back at Crane. "I was informed of this case," I muttered quietly, still searching the article for further details. To my understanding, there was no actual case to answer. The owners of the heads were identified as recent victims of the guillotine. That much was clear from the nature of the separation. The explanation I was given was that the heads, along with the bodies, were not buried to an adequate depth, and that dogs, looking for a meal, had dug them up and carried them to other parts of the city. This would account for why the discoveries were made within such a small radius. In all likelihood, a single dog or a pair established a habit of digging up these remnants and were attempting to store their prizes for later consumption. It's gruesome, but...
"But," Crane interrupted, "your account omits a crucial detail. Once again, the constabulary, blinded by the macrocosm, has missed the unifying detail. In every case, the heads that were discovered were missing the teeth."
I sighed heavily, realizing in that instant that this unifying detail, which had clearly been overlooked, was in and of itself a great and undeniably clumsy oversight.
"In every case, the teeth had been removed post-mortem using a pair of pliers."
Here, Crane produced a number of plate daguerreotypes. How he had obtained access to these photographs, or had been granted an opportunity to photograph the severed heads himself, was a mystery, but the grisly images did indeed confirm his assertions. In each case, the lower jaw was dislocated, whilst the entire area around the mouth was rendered a mangled nest of tattered flesh and ragged, open wounds. The flesh of the face was pitted, the skin imploding inwards as holes and cavities in the jawbone were created, and cratered depressions around the philtrum caused by cracks and splits in the bone allowed the skin, taut with rigour, to slacken and slide into the spaces.
"My curiosity was initially aroused by the appearance of the heads themselves when the number rested at 4, but when I observed this common unifying element, the artless extraction of teeth, I suspected immediately that something deeper and far more sinister was afoot. This action, this performative ritual of removing teeth, clearly undertaken by someone with little experience of pulling them from living patients, is a compulsion, a driving urge that this individual clearly needs to satisfy. When these reports hit the papers, it seemed that the tooth theft had ceased, however. This was not the case, nor could it be. This individual, now in the thrall of his compulsion, like so many ensnared by the writhing curlicues that rise from the opium pipe, to seek out his thrill at any cost. He is an addict, and will not stop. Having had one source of satisfaction denied to him, our man was always going to find another. It was then simply a matter of determining where he would find it. Having examined closely the photographs of the first 5 heads, I was, through my own private channels, afforded the opportunity to examine the 6th and 7th at close quarters. What I found when examining the heads was a means of identifying the culprit.
Crane laid the photographs upon the small side table and invited me to again look at them as he explained his reasoning.
The key to unlocking the identity of the midnight dentist lies not in what was taken, but in what remains. In the early cases, the teeth, though extracted, were not always fully removed. With such amateurish technique being applied, the crown would at times shatter or break during the removal, meaning that fragments remained embedded in the jaw. Slivers or even entire sections of the root or pieces of enamel were left behind. In every case, these fragments, descending pendulously like stalactites, were on the right-hand side of the tooth structure. Similarly, when one observes the lacerations to the lips caused by the violent force with which the teeth were extracted, we see a recurring pattern. Often the lips are split and torn, but always, in every case, in a curved crescent pattern that moves counterclockwise and shows signs of more pressure at the start of the incision and less at the end. What this clearly demonstrates is that the motion used to extract the teeth was done in an awkward, overreaching fashion, a twist counterclockwise that can only mean that the culprit was left-handed. "Here," Crane said, signaling me to stand and passing me one of the photographs. "Hold your hand as if clasping a knife or a pair of pliers. Try to twist it, and follow the pattern of this laceration whilst holding the instrument in your right hand."
I did as he asked, miming the action and attempting to trace the same crescent curve. The action was possible, but difficult and uncomfortable. It was not an action that I would undertake were I attempting to gain the massive amounts of leverage necessary for the removal of a tooth. Crane, seeing that I had come to agree with him, nodded triumphantly.
"Now,"
he said, whilst raising his middle finger,
"whilst the incisions and the remnants of teeth show the culprit to have been left-handed, there are other telling details that help us to narrow our search still further. Here,"
he said, pointing at a marking high on the side of the head. The mark was black, and looked to me like an ink stain.
"This is bruising, caused not by any impact, but by the blood still within the tissue pooling in a particular area. From the location of this bruise and the fact that a matching bruise can be found on the other examples, we can see that the head was, for some considerable time, stored upside down, and that the blood, drawn by gravity and robbed of the oxygen provided by our living, breathing lungs, which gives it its livid crimson colouring, pooled in one spot and blackened the skin. The specific location of the marking, high on the forehead and temple on one side, shows that when the head was stored upside down, it was also held at a slight angle, tilted to one side. If we assume that the period during which the head was held in this manner was during conveyance between locations, carried perhaps in some satchel or bag, we can also deduce that whomever carried it is in possession of an awkward, tilting gait that leans heavily onto one leg, favouring one side over the other to the extent that the bag, slung over a shoulder, would also slightly lean to one side, causing the latent liquid within the severed head to pool in the same place on each occasion. From this, I reasoned that not only were we looking for a man, I assumed a man owing to the brute strength necessary to extract the teeth, who was not only left-handed, but who had reason to favour one side of his body over the other. Now, whilst these details provided me with clues of the culprit, they did not, as I desired, reveal his location. For this, it was necessary to fancy oneself within the mind of such a deranged individual, to see, as it were, through his eyes. Where, I asked myself, now that the leavings of the guillotine would be closely guarded, could someone readily come by the vestiges of the departed? Where could one have access to both the bodies and the time necessary to perform these actions? Over the next 3 nights, I visited every churchyard within the circumference of the area in which the heads were discovered. For a moment I feared that Crane had already taken the step of exhuming bodies and was on the very cusp of admonishing him for such an action, when, anticipating my question, he raised an open palm to reassure and stop me. I did not, at this stage at least, have any reason to disturb those who had gone to their rest. It was not the state of the dead that interested me, but rather the actions of the living and the tools with which they undertook those actions. With the aid of a skeleton key, I was able to intrude upon the storerooms of each churchyard and make a thorough examination of the tool sheds. In each case I examined the shovels and picks used by the men charged with digging the graves. In only one, the very churchyard from which you plucked old Mousson, did I find a shovel upon the handle of which there was erosion primarily on the bottom right of the shaft, suggestive that the firmest grip was taken by someone left-handed. This same shovel also showed considerably more wear than any of the others on one side of the blade, as if, for some reason, there was a greater amount of weight applied to this particular wing of the blade than any other. I had my suspicions as to why this might be, but I required confirmation. It has never been my habit to lurk in the churchyards or creep between the walls of crypts, but on this occasion I deemed it necessary to do exactly that. Taking up a position with the widest possible view, I decided to wait until dawn. As soon as the sun began to paint the sky, affording me enough light to make a proper investigation, I stole across the length of the churchyard, seeking out the newest and most recently dug graves. Through careful examination of the soil around these plots, I was able to confirm my suspicions. In every case, the footprints that were to be found in the disturbed soil were matched by a smooth, concave indentation within a 2-foot measure of the boot print. These small craters in the ground surrounded the graveside, suggesting that whoever had made them had not simply remained on one side of the grave, as mourners are wont to do, but had completed an entire circuit of the plot, presumably whilst filling in the grave. Not only that, but they had done so only on one leg, the rounded indents in the dirt having clearly been caused by the smooth, blunted end of a wooden leg fashioned to a rounded point rather than to resemble a foot. This quirk of the anatomy in a gravedigger would also account for the markings and extra deterioration of his spade, not to mention the leaning gait that would have created the pooling in the severed heads. Seeing those craters scarring the face of the soil, I knew at once that I had my man. And so I waited. Waited for the following evening, when the only one-legged gravedigger working at that cemetery was to be on shift. A burial which just so happened to be the interment of the famous and infamously unpoisoned Mr. Mousson. In order to confirm beyond any doubt that this individual, whom I learnt from locals in the area was named Laudin, was the perpetrator of these crimes, it was necessary for me to observe the entire process. I knew at what hour the burial was scheduled, and that it would most likely be that very evening, before the grave was filled, that Laudin would complete his gruesome undertaking, something which, regrettably, I would be forced to allow to happen if I was to confirm beyond doubt that this was our man. And so I waited. I retired to a nearby cafe with the intention of returning in the late evening, when, with the help of 2 hired hands, I would disturb the lately laden soil and prove my theory. Of course, what I had not suspected was that my own designs would be preempted, and that you and your entire sad carnival would parade into the scene and disturb my well-laid plans. Now, Laudin knows. He knows he will be suspected and will likely abandon his workplace, which means also abandoning his supply and source for his prized possessions. However, cutting off this supply will not stop him. He needs to act. He has to act. He needs to take the teeth, and, sadly, as surely as night follows day, if he cannot attain them from the dead, he will move on to the living, advancing as naturally as does a caterpillar to a butterfly, from acts of desecration to acts of murder. We can only hope that before he is able to complete this action, my assumptions about the man's behavior and habits ring true. We have one more chance, but we must, with focused agreement and unity of intention, act as one tonight. What else could I do but nod to confirm my agreement? As evening approached and we settled at the agreed meeting point, Crane elaborated upon his thinking. When waiting for Laudin to begin his work digging the grave for Mousson, I observed that he arrived 3 hours early for his allotted shift, not through any desire for speed, but because the assigned task simply took him longer. At this point, he has not developed the physical strength necessary to offset his disadvantages. This is a crucial observation. As he spoke, Crane looked past me, onto the street, the spaces between the trees, catching and watching every movement, hoping to catch a glimpse of the villain on his approach.
Lodan's affliction means that he lacks both the speed and strength to tackle a fully grown man. We can see from the way that he struggled with the dig that he does not possess the physical attributes necessary for this task, and also that he is aware of this. It is therefore far more likely that any attack he might make upon a living person will be upon a woman, and moreover on a woman who is frail, or in some way diminished physically. Those in thrall of addiction, those driven by compulsion to act, will always take the easiest route to satisfying their hunger. They are impulsive, they are opportunists, and they value expediency above all else. This is their greatest weakness, because it makes them predictable.
As always, Crane was proven correct. Around 10 p.m. on that very evening, the constabulary, with assistance from an interested member of the public, were able to apprehend the grave robber Arthur Lodin, although by that point we were also confident of charging him with attempted murder. Lodin, in a sequence of events predicted and anticipated in almost every detail by Crane, returned, in the face of all good sense, to his apartments, where he was caught in the very act of attempting to attack the concierge, an elderly woman, frail and somewhat diminished physically, with the very spade that had enabled Crane to identify him in the first place. Safely ensconced in a nearby room, we had forewarned the old woman and had enlisted the help of 2 constables, who, similarly concealed from view, were able to pounce at the precise moment that Lodin raised the blade above his head, swinging with the murderous intention of bringing the sharp metallic edge down upon the dome of the old woman's head, splitting her cranium like a coconut. By midnight, we had not only charged Lodin and stowed him safely into a stone-walled cell, but had received his full confession, detailing how he had extracted the teeth, what he had planned for the old woman, and with the acute vagueness shared by all madmen, some partial account of why he had performed these grisly mutilations in the first place. Whilst it might have been expected that, with the suspect in custody and the matter for all intents and purposes closed, Crane and I could have considered ourselves triumphant and have celebrated a job well done. However, the strange events following Lodin's arrest meant that no such congratulations ever took place, nor could we fully reconcile ourselves to the idea that the case was entirely closed. Firstly, there were the mutterings and calls that came from Lodin's cell, words that from his second day in incarceration onwards were lisped with the hideous rasping hiss of one who has had every tooth removed. Unlike those upon whom he had operated, Lodin's extractions were performed whilst he was not only alive, but conscious. Arthur Lodin, in a fit of the most acute agitation, deliberately smashed every one of his teeth to pieces by biting down on the stone ledge of his heavily barred windows. Having collected the shattered fragments from the ground, he offered them to the attendant guard, giving instructions for him to take them to the oak tree by the Seine. When questioned about this act of self-mutilation, Lodin was emphatic. He screamed and howled with the ferocity of an animal, repeating over and over that we did not know what we had done or had unleashed by arresting him.
When a child in its bed, he hissed, is snatched, yes, snatched in the night, when its teeth, tiny innocent milk teeth, are ripped and torn from the mouth in a single yanking wrench, when nothing is left behind, nothing but a twisted nest of blankets and awful blood-stained sheets. Bloodstains and sheets. Then you will see what you have done.
When I asked him to explain, to tell us what it was he believed we had done, he clutched his head in his hands, clawing at his scalp and howling with the furious incandescence of a fiend.
I killed no one. No one was hurt, he screeched. I hurt no one. I took from the dead. Yes, the dead, because the dead don't feel. They were the dead. If I don't give If I don't provide on time, they will just be taken, with nary a care from whom, living or dead. They shall just be taken.
He then returned to screaming with the agony of the damned. The only time the wailing stopped, and even then only for a moment, was when I asked him outright what he did with the teeth he stole. For a moment he seemed to calm, and, smiling a strange, toothless, awkward smile, he approached the bars and whispered softly,
"What did I do with the teeth, you ask? It's simple."
He hissed as the smile abruptly faded, replaced by a look of absolute sincerity and words that have haunted me ever since. In answer to the question, "What did you do with the teeth?" Arthur Lodin answered coldly,
"I fed them to it."
Whilst I know that most would consider these utterances to be simply the ravings of a madman, feverish inventions of a troubled mind that have no real basis in reality, there is nonetheless something in the phrasing, the intensity with which Lodin delivered the words, with a mix of frustration and terror, that forced those words to remain with me long after he was moved from custody to an asylum. Whilst I would, of course, love to forget all about Lodin's strange warnings, the recent actions of my friend Crane did little to ease my mind. In a letter delivered to my desk around a month after we arrested Lodin, Crane explained that he had sought out the tree to which Lodin was referring, and found that, within the local area, it was afforded some special significance, bordering upon reverence. This tree, an impressive and stately old oak, it seems, was regarded by the locals as one of the many dwelling places of the Fae or fairy folk. How this archaic mythology bled into and influenced Lodin's own troubled thoughts is anyone's guess. Crane, however, remains, as always, not only a man of science, but also a man of caution. In his letter he explained how, for the last 3 weeks, he had made a brief circuit of the butchers, tanners, and abattoirs in the local area, and had, through some negotiation and the payment of a small but trifling fee, secured a weekly supply of specially prepared waste products from these grim sources. He went on to explain that every Sunday since, he has arranged for a young boy to make the trip out to that fabled oak with the intention of depositing a small pile of these waste products before it. These teeth, canines, molars, and the oversized incisors taken from the skulls of cows, horses, and pigs he places carefully atop the surface of a tiny wooden door that Crane had uncovered between the roots of the tree. A door which, he assures me, remains locked from the inside. Blood in the milk. At first I thought they were saying mother. That in the strange, delirious state in which I found them, these pale-skinned infants, saucer-eyed and short of breath, were calling with that most natural of instincts for their first and most trusted protector. Mother, they called, time and again, staring blankly into the middle distance. Mother! 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 It was only as time went on that I slowly began to realize that the word they had repeated was not mother at all. The children were saying monster. Sadly, in these streets, and for these children in particular, it is the latter rather than the former that is far more likely to be present. It was this same species of garbled vocal distortion, words mispronounced by youthful mouths, hissing their lisps through missing teeth, with tongues as yet untrained, that blunted the word beautiful into the rounder, more ambiguous bloofer, and so gave birth to the name Bloofer Lady, a term then picked up and applied in the reports we have read in the Westminster Gazette. In those pages, the so-called Bloofer Lady appears like a spectre, a half-seen shadow glimpsed upon the heath, tempting the little ones away with gifts to go with her and play. In reality, and here I speak from experience, that thing is far from a spectre, and the gift that she gives is a terrible one indeed. My work in this borough over the past 5 years, providing aid to and campaigning on behalf of the innocent and exploited in our capital, has brought me face to face with many hideous things. In my humble attempts to speak for the voiceless, I have often found the words strangled from my throat by the sheer enormity of the horror that they face, and, whilst none have chilled me quite so deeply as the beasts I have lately encountered, my experiences during that time have taught me to recognize the devil when I see him. I have, for example, seen a child of no more than 6 years old leading her younger siblings to suckle at the teats of a bloated sow kept behind fences of a backstreet hovel in order that they might find in its milk some form of nourishment. I have seen girls not yet thrice that age who would take small pouches of blood from the same animal with them to their evening's work, employing it in such a way that they might, by some sleight of a blood-stained hand, convince their hateful patron that he was the very first to purchase their affections. Whilst my organization, through careful reporting, diligent campaigning, and philanthropy, has helped and protected a great number of the poorest children, who would otherwise have been sacrificed to the ravenous jaws of this city, our charitable work can only do so much. So it was, then, when I first met such children and heard tales of this bloofer lady during my nightly rounds, that I instantly became suspicious. Though they spoke of a magnificent woman, blessed with a pale and radiant beauty, there was also something in the way that their faces contorted, in the way the orphans clawed their hands when imitating her, that spoke to me of a lurking malevolence, waiting, hungrily, just below the surface. Anya, of course, always so intuitive, felt it too. Not that beautiful women with wondrous offerings are rare in these parts. I have, in my time, seen many women dressed in a deception of fine and fancy clothes, who would tempt these children, alone in the world, with promises of treats and affection. I have watched in helpless horror as those children were led like the Pied Piper's innocent charges by fair-scented promises of love and food into lives of servitude and hardship, to be sold by smiling parasites. I have seen, in short, monsters dressed as mothers, who rather than feeding the children would instead feed off them. It was for this reason, as I say, that mention of the so-called bloofer lady instantly made me wary. It was only when Anya examined the condition of the victims, children drained of their natural vitality, stumbling in the cool dawn air, and mumbling senselessly about teeth and monsters, that I began to fear there was a less familiar foe loose upon the heath, a foe that it would take more than pamphlets and the threat of ruined reputations to stop, and which Anya, in her hushed and reverent tones, would refer to as the strigoi. I first met Anya 3 years ago, when, like some strange inversion of the Pied Piper legend, I was myself led by a group of barefooted children back to her home. I had approached these infants, each less than 7 years old, in the half-lit murk of some Hampstead back street, in order to offer them bread and enquire after their living arrangements. They had accepted the food, but also asked if they might take some back, for our brothers and sisters, and for Mother Anya. When I asked who this Mother Anya figure was, I was told only that she was the Mama, and that she lived close by to where I had found the children wandering. Following them back through a twisting warren of cobbled alleyways, I eventually came to a walled courtyard with a small stone-built room, evidently once part of a stable, squatting and hidden in the rear. Here I found the famous Mother Anya, resting in a tableau that made her look every bit the embodiment of her moniker. When I first laid eyes upon her, Anya was seated on a small wooden stool, basking in the radiant glow of a metal brazier. She had a tiny babe clasped to either breast, and more than a dozen other children seated in a small circle by her feet. From the mountains of rugs and tattered blankets piled against the walls, alongside the various fruit crates hammered together to make rudimentary cots, it was clear that the children were staying here, and that Mother Anya had risen to the challenge of taking care of them. Over the course of the next few hours, during which time Anya and I became firm friends, I learned that she had first come to London as a child, migrating here from her mother's home country of Romania. Her father, she said, was Albanian and had worked for many years in the city as a farrier, whilst her mother had been a poor but well-respected seamstress and tailor. Anya, meanwhile, had been living alone with this ever-expanding group of destitute children for several years, during which time she had fed them either with the milk of her own breast, or with what little money she had made for her work both as a seamstress and wet nurse for a small handful of wealthier families. From the first moment she saw the children who had returned in the morning from Heath, it was clear that in her journey from the East she had carried the superstitions of her homeland with her. We had been sitting with a number of the other children by the fire and had just finished serving portions of a thin porridge to the dozen or so hungry mouths that occupied the space, when the two tots, repeating that word which I mistook for mother, suddenly materialized like apparitions in the doorway. Seeing them staggering limply toward her as if their bones were made of liquid, Anya jumped to her feet and crossed herself multiple times, before commanding the other children, with a forceful sweep of one arm, to retreat back into the corner and away from these parlour-touched prodigals. The force of her reaction was as if the children had been touched with leprosy or some other virulent contagion. Taking one child's chin in the cup of her hand, she turned the head hither and thither, examining the neck and throat. Then she pointed, with a shaking of the head, to the two small puncture marks that had appeared on the neck. To my untrained eye, these wounds looked to be more likely injuries from a scrape than the symptoms of any malady that the children might spread to the others, but Anya was insistent that these children remain separated, and again shooed them back into the corner. To my dismay, she gripped the visitors, a young girl of perhaps 6 years and a boy no more than 5, forcefully by the upper arms and bundled them into a small wooden shack adjacent to the place where the others slept. Having thrown a blanket and some bread after them, Anya then disappeared in the other room for a moment before returning with 2 large bunches of deep green holly, with which she proceeded to caress and sweep the frame of the door, before closing it firmly and placing the entire bundle of leaves before it. Shocked and not a little bewildered by what I had seen, I felt it my duty to protest. I stepped forward forcefully with the intention of warning Anya that she could not simply leave the children bound up in that hovel for the remainder of the day. Before I could open my mouth to speak, however, Anya had already bustled past me and out from the walled courtyard, leaving the remaining children to huddle, cramped and terrified, in the corner as they obediently awaited further instructions. I followed her out into the damp of a cobblestone alley, and as soon as I came within hearing distance, was met with the most violent torrent of curses as Anya crossed herself, raised the tips of 3 fingers back toward the courtyard, and repeatedly spat upon the floor. Clearly, my friend was either enraged, terrified, or both. Beckoning for me to follow her further away from the children so as to be out of earshot, she began, with tears in her eyes, to explain her actions, weaving as she did what seemed to me at the time to be the most outlandish tapestry of folk beliefs and superstitions. "This," she said, gripping violently at the flesh of her neck so as to indicate the place where the children had been injured, "is strigoi, what your poets would call vampire." For a moment I said nothing. Anya was clearly distressed, and I did not wish to increase her anxiety by appearing to dismiss her words offhand as the fanciful nonsense they quite obviously were. But it seems that something in my face must have betrayed my thoughts, for, in spite of my silence, my friend could sense my skepticism almost immediately. I saw her recoil, shaking her head as her lip rose up in a curl of disgust, as if my disbelief were a personal betrayal and had upon arrival brought with it some noxious and repellent odour she did not wish to be around. Stepping again toward me, she brought her mouth close to my ear and spoke in an accented whisper that broiled and curdled with anger, so that, in effect, it more closely resembled a growl. "In your country, you think you are safe.
You believe that you can pave over the shadows and chase away the dark things with the glow from your gaslights. You are wrong.
As she spoke, she gesticulated wildly, pointing angrily with the flat of her hand to imagined props and locations as if they were positioned around her.
You convince yourselves that evil is something that happens far away, in remote wilds and to barbarous peoples, as if death would never dare to call upon a gentleman. You think of my words as stupid, my beliefs as quaint superstitions, yet in reality it is you.
Here she jabbed accusingly toward my chest with one outstretched finger.
It is you and your countrymen who have created the biggest myth, a fantasy world in which to live, where you can convince yourselves that you are invulnerable, that your modernity and progress will save you from the teeth in the night. They will not.
Again she gripped at her neck, her fingers folding around her throat and blackened fingernails digging into the flesh so firmly that the skin began to redden.
Evil, my friend, is like a weed. It may be cut back and shielded from view, but still it persists, lingering in the shadows, biding its time. Eventually, even in your greatest of cities, it will find a way, sneaking through the cracks to slowly re-emerge.
Stepping away, she turned her back to me and took a long, labored breath. When next she spoke, her voice, though it remained low, was gentler and less sharpened with anger.
You are a good woman, my friend. You have shown me and my children much kindness over the years. And so, I hope, in spite of your ignorance, that you will agree to help us now, when we are truly most in need.
I told her without a moment's hesitation that I would offer any help I could, and, with a nod, she turned back to face me, her own face now wet with tears.
In the old country, the shepherds would guard each night against the threat from bears and wolves. Both are dangerous, but for me, the wolves were always worse. For whilst the bear will kill its prey outright and devour it immediately, the wolf, like man, is blessed with foresight. Often, when a lone wolf would take a goat or a lamb, you would hear it, still bleating and screeching out from the forest more than a day later. The wolf thinks of tomorrow. On the first night, it would devour the hind parts whilst the living animal screamed, but it would not finish the meal. Instead, it would leave some portion, saving and preserving it, for another day. In the same way that a dog might bury a bone, like a piece of treasure, to be retrieved at a later date, so a wolf would drag the tattered remnants of a still living animal to some private corner among the pines, to be stashed away for later. I remember often standing by the door of our house at dusk, watching as the light faded and the outlines of individual trees began to bleed together into a single shrouding mass. I would stand there in the pristine chill of the winter's night and listen, not to the call of wolves, but to the anguished cries of half-eaten prey. In this same way, I am told, the famed vampire bats of South America do not kill their prey outright, but rather return to the same blighted animal night after night to suck the lifeblood from them. The same is true of strigoi. Those children, those very children who this morning came to my door, those who stare with glass for eyes, with tear marks at their throats, they are the half-eaten prey that screams from the forest. They have been a meal and shall be again. That which feeds upon them is far from sated, and it will return for its food. With holly green I have sealed them inside. They cannot cross the threshold whilst the leaves remain, but come nightfall, we have a duty, not only to release them, but follow them to their tormentor, this woman, this creature, strigoi, vampire, this blue fur lady.
Anya hesitated. Pressing her lips tightly together, she crossed herself and nodded determinedly before continuing.
She must be stopped. She will be stopped. In Christ's name and for all our sakes.
As I struggled to form a response, Anya stepped around me and back towards the children.
"At dusk,"
she said firmly.
"At dusk I will meet you here."
With that, she walked back to the stone-built room as from the wooden shack beside it there came only the deliberate guarded silence of things that lie in wait. I can honestly say that when I made my way to meet Anya that evening, I had little idea of what I would find when I got there. The one thing I did not expect, however, was to find Anya in a state of absolute panic, bolting past me out into the alleyway whilst bawling at me to run with her. In the intervening hours since I had left her, I had come no closer to accepting the truth of her strange tales, but I was at least willing to humour her if that helped her to find peace of mind, and for the children to get the attention they deserved. Now, as she screeched like some enraged harpy, tugging furiously at my arms and urging me away from where the children were gathered, I again felt it my duty to protest. "We cannot just leave them here," I insisted, remaining rooted to the spot despite her insistence that we sprint in the opposite direction. Anya paused and, rather than looking at me, slowly surveyed her surroundings. She took in the stone walls, the rain-soaked cobbles, and the ashy slate-grey of the quickly darkening sky. Then, as if satisfied, she nodded.
"They are safe," she said finally. "The dangers here they know. We fight the ones they don't."
With that, she again began to move hurriedly up the passage and away from me. What could I do but follow? By the time we reached the heath, the sun, which despite it being mid-September had remained veiled behind the clouds for much of the day, had departed altogether, and what little light it had stingily afforded was finally extinguished. At the foot of an area known locally as Shooter's Hill, Anya tugged at my arm and pulled me almost bodily to huddle behind a thicket. There she informed me that the 2 children injured the previous evening had been released prematurely from their makeshift holding cell by a well-meaning older boy who had swept the holly aside. Now, she said we were in pursuit of the children and the thing toward which they were running. Shaking my head, I had in mind to try once again. To try, though it might be in vain, to persuade Anya that the best way she could help the children was to return to where they were now staying, no doubt hungry and not a little frightened at having been abandoned. Before I could say even a word, however, my attention was caught by the suggestion of some movement, glimpsed just for a second from the corner of my eye. By this point, Anya, like the heath around her, had fallen silent. The last of the birds had taken their roosts, and the empty stretch of heath had fallen into a glassy, aching stillness. No walkers out for an evening stroll moved upon the turf, no children kicked and disturbed the grass. Yet there was something, a swift, darting flash of white, like the flap of a sail or the tip of some flag, glimpsed for just an instant. Anya had seen it too. I stared again at the open expanse of heath, to the space where I believed I had seen the shape, and saw only the empty fields stretching out beneath a blackened sky. Cautiously, I began to rise from my squatted position behind the thicket with the intention of gaining a better look, but Anya, with a yanking wrench, pulled me down and pointed fixedly into the distance. At that moment, I believed that what I saw was a woman. That the shape before me, a shape which I would swear had not been there but a moment ago, was that of a young girl. Now, of course, I was far from sure, for whilst at first glance the strange figure appeared to be an attractive and shapely young female, made up in garments of an almost incandescent white, there was, even then, even in the very sweetness of that vision, something more sinister lurking below. It is difficult to explain the conflict in this feeling, for whilst the vision was undeniably beautiful, almost, you might say, alluring, there remained within it some tiny sense of an invisible stain, of corruption and rot. It were as if, whilst sifting through layers of the purest white snow, one were to suddenly uncover, below its quilt, the long-concealed carcass of an animal, the rank putridity of its decaying meat, studded with the plump but frozen bodies of maggots, iced into solidity even as they chewed. The face, too, was a subterfuge. Like the painted face of a china doll, it held upon the skin just enough hint and blush of subtle hues to suggest some vitality in the cheeks, and yet beneath there was the cold porcelain rigidity of flesh hardened by rigor to the solidity of bone. This was no living person, but neither was it a ghost. It was, to quote those who had been touched by its icy hands, a monster. Had that been all, the only thing I had seen that night, then it would have undoubtedly have been enough for me to swear off ever returning to the heath after dark. As it was, my suspicions were to be further confirmed and the truth of Anya's words proven in graphic detail. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, the two children who had stumbled to Anya's door that morning stepped out from behind a tangle of bushes with a renewed energy and all the playful innocence of youth. Seeing the thing in white, they moved with outstretched arms towards it, as if returning to their long-lost mother, begging to feel the warmth and comfort of her loving embrace. The thing in white, meanwhile, cooed and doted. "Come to me, my little ones," it hissed in a voice that seemed to writhe and slither out from the throat without even the slightest breath behind it. "Come to play with Lucy. I can be mother now, my sweet ones. I can be mother forever. Would you like that? Come to me, my darlings. Let Mummy give you kisses." I watched on, frozen to the spot, as an expression that I can only describe as looking like a bad painting of a smile contorted the lips. It was not a benevolent smile, and, for a moment, it seemed that the little girl recognized this. Stepping cautiously back, she groped for her brother's arm as the smile, too wide and too high, as if the muscles had forgotten how to form one, continued to spread, showing with every moment more and more teeth. Teeth which, as the smile grew, seemed to jut forward and protrude. At first I thought this an illusion, perhaps an effect caused by the lack of light, but it was not. For as the lips continued to peel back, rising over the gums the way an aggressive dog's might before it bites, I watched in horror as the thing's face, that pretty visage that may once have rivaled the child's for its glow of innocence, began to stretch and warp. As the thing hunched down towards the children, still whispering its hideous syllables, the bones of the jaw popped and cracked. As the thing's hand fastened onto the boy and the girl began at once to scream, the skin of the forehead, like wax melting before a flame, slid like a thick liquid down the face. "Let me give you kisses," it said again as the nose and upper jaw pushed and sprouted forward to form something more akin to a muzzle or snout, the jaws opening wide to allow this hideous maw, now filled with teeth-like daggers, to descend upon the boy, as the girl, now also clamped within the thing's terrible grip, was held in place, for later. All at once there was another flash, this time of colour and fabric, as Anya rose to her feet and bounded toward the trio. I am ashamed to admit that, in my terror, I actually reached forward in an attempt to stop her, to obstruct her and persuade her not to go forward and challenge this thing that was more beast than man. But challenge it she did. As she raced boldly toward them, I could only watch as the thing, now curled into a hideous crouch, like an animal shielding its catch, raised its head to look at her, revealing as it did eyes that glowed as red as polished rubies. Without a moment's hesitation, Anya pulled from her skirt a small flagon, such as spirits are served in, and, pulling out the cork with her teeth, threw the entire contents so that they splashed with a ferocious hiss onto the head and upper back of the thing. The sound the vampire made, for why should I any longer deny what that creature truly was, will stay with me until my dying day. With an awful, mewling howl, the thing released the children, shrinking back in the way one sees a slug shrivel and dissolve when touched with salt. Falling to all fours in a way that no longer looked like hands and knees, but as if it had been four-legged all along, the creature retreated toward the tree line, and in less than a second had vanished. Without saying a word, Anya gripped the two children by the wrists and hurriedly began to climb down the hill and back toward her home. Once she had returned to her room and seen to relighting the fire, Anya nursed several of the infants and fed the older ones with bread and cow's milk. For a long time, neither of us spoke about what we had seen upon the heath or about what Anya had done. When I finally did work up the courage to ask, my questions seemed mundane and obvious, whilst the things I should have asked in that moment simply escaped me. When I asked what she had thrown at the creature, she simply gave a list of plants, herbs, and berries, telling me that she had previously boiled them in holy water to make an elixir. "This will not kill the beast unless it eats it, but it will deter it, for now." Amongst the botanicals listed, I remember only that she mentioned juniper, holly, garlic, monkshood, and nightshade. The last two I remember specifically, because I recognized them as also being potent poisons for humans. What I should have asked was where she acquired these substances and how she knew that they should be effective against this creature. My reading since has shown me that these herbs, in addition to others, are traditionally used in Romania for combating the so-called strigoi and vampires. I should have asked, but I didn't. Having watched Anya once again lock the siblings into the wooden pen, fixing the border with not only holly branches, but shoring it up with pieces of rowan and a scattering of mustard seed, I should have asked how she could be sure that these remedies would work if the creature came back. I should have asked, but once again I didn't. Instead, I went home and attempted for several sleepless nights to force the image of that thing on the heath out of my head, with very little success. By the time exhaustion finally allowed me to fall asleep, Anya was already dead. I first learned about the death of my friend and that of the two small children in her care from a lurid report in the Westminster Gazette, a report which I must say was so sensational in its tone and so positively ghoulish in its dwelling upon every horrific detail that it might have been better suited to one of those awful penny dreadful pamphlets rather than a supposedly serious newspaper. In being so artlessly crass, however, the article did provide at least some insight into Anya's final moments. Having described her simply as a Romanian immigrant, and the perished siblings as her children, despite them having no blood relation, the article went on to describe the scene of her demise and precisely how she had been found. According to this account, Anya was discovered seated in a position almost identical to the one in which I first saw her, squatted on a stool, with a child at either breast. In this case, however, neither Anya nor the children she suckled were still alive. It was concluded by the authorities that Anya had died as a result of self-inflicted poisoning, having voluntarily ingested some noxious concoction that included several very powerful toxins. I, of course, had a fair idea precisely which toxins were likely to have appeared on that list. Stranger still, and outlined with regrettable gusto by the reporters, was the fact that both children had also died as a result of poisoning, though, as the reporter made clear, the pair had not simply shared the concoction with Anya, but had rather ingested large amounts of the toxins through a very unusual means. For though Anya had clasped the children to her breast, it was not from the nipple that she had allowed them to feed. The pair had instead succumbed after imbibing large quantities of their mother's infected blood. In the weeks since Anya's passing, there have been no further reports of the Blue-Fur lady, and I am hopeful that it shall remain that way. As for the rest of the children that had been staying with Anya, I have so far received no word as to their whereabouts. I can only pray that having been saved from one kind of monster, they shall in the future be safe from those others, against whom garlic and holy water will offer little or no protection. Arnold's Letter. Dear Mother, I should begin by saying that I'm sorry. I know that Marie's death hit you hard in the days after the funeral. All you needed in the world was the shoulder of your son to cry upon. I know I wasn't there. I know that I should have been, and for that I am truly sorry. More so, however, I am sorry for the circumstances that led to my absence, the reason I couldn't be there, and the reason I can never let you weep for your child on any shoulder of mine. I know that when you read these words you will most likely throw down this letter in disgust, disregarding the rest of its message, and so I will tell you now. Throw it down. Walk away in tears. Vow to disown me and erase all memory that I ever was your child, but please do not destroy this letter. In the days, weeks, months, or years to come, when the sting has faded a little, the wound at least partially healed, you can come back to this letter and read what remains after the hurt. It is my story, my confession, and my reasons. First, however, I need to tell you, I killed Marie. As I anticipate that you will be returning to this letter, possibly damaged, after a long interval, please allow me to again say that I am sorry. It was not my intention to hurt you, or indeed Marie, whom I feel, in some ways perhaps, I may have granted a mercy. I am sorry for the pain I may have caused you, and any I may have caused her. I am not sorry for what I did, and, indeed, I wouldn't hesitate to do it again. Fear, dear Mother, is an excellent motivator. Through one fear we can be pushed, coerced, or persuaded to overcome others. Like a man forced to walk the plank, the threat that pursues forces us forward, sometimes down roads paved with terrors. I have faced fear, Mother, horror beyond what you can imagine, and yet I hold no regret. Call me a coward, but fear forced my hand, a hand I can still move. Marie was not so lucky. Do you remember, Mother, that really hot summer, when we filled buckets and mugs from the taps and had water fights in the streets? How you scolded us, half-heartedly, for wetting the floor, then spurted us with water from an empty bottle of washing-up liquid, laughing and running into the street yourself. I can see your apron, sodden, and your hair, usually so tidy and neat, falling wildly out of place as you chased us on the cobbled stones. Marie loved that. I remember her that day. I romanticize it. In my memory, her hair, hanging in straggly, knotted strands, drips water that catches the sunlight, and she, laughing and giggling as only little girls can, deliberately shakes her head so that the droplets fly at me. I watch her laugh in memory, watch her run away. Run. Laugh. That's how I want to remember her, not as what she became. I know there is a God. I don't believe. I know. If the dark things exist, and Mother, they do, then the light things must too. When I looked at Marie, though, I often wondered which, dark or light, our God was supposed to be. How could a God, a real, loving God, who cares for his children, do that to someone? People talk of Jesus as a shepherd caring for his flock. They forget that every shepherd sends some lambs to slaughter. I never forgot. When your supposedly loving God is so recklessly, needlessly cruel, well, it's time to find a new God. I knew she was in there, of course, long after the body shut down. Locked-in syndrome, they call it nowadays. Locked in, but in there. Her brain was aware. She was aware, but she couldn't move a muscle. Her only access to the world a strained blinking of one blue eye. Trapped, caged, and tortured. Jesus wept. When I looked at her, I still saw Marie, but all I could think about was our scruffy old dog, Pixie. Do you remember, Mother, when she was hit by a car? Her tiny body spun horizontally and landed on the pavement with a thick, wet slap. I carried her into the house. Holding her was like holding a huge bag of carrots. The tiny bones had no rigidity anymore. The pieces, broken and unattached within the sack of skin, tumbled and slipped over each other. I laid her in front of our old electric fire and watched her as she died. If ever you doubt and need proof of the soul, watch something die. You see, in a second, the life disappear. The body is emptied, vacated, transformed, becomes a shell, an echoing husk, still, inanimate, and empty. Pixie's carcass wasn't Pixie. Pixie was somewhere else. I saw the same in Marie, that separation of body and soul. But she wasn't somewhere else. She had stayed, here, awake. The body, the shell, was reduced to a husk. The spark, the animation, the spirit and essence that was her remained. It lived within its vessel of flesh, its vehicle body that fades when we die, caught and cursed to living death. We are no more our bodies than a driver is a motor car, Mother. The car can be crashed, dismantled and sold for scrap, whilst the driver who controlled it made it race and spin, stop and start, gave it life, gets out and goes on. Marie's soul gave her car life, until the car was crushed with the driver still inside. God shows us the soul is separate from the body by trapping one within the other. It's his cruelest joke. I never laughed, and Marie, poor Marie, couldn't. Run, laugh, nothing. That isn't fair. I wrote those words on my bedroom wall. Behind the bookshelf, they're still there now. Of all the symbols I have used, all those dark and twisted signs, it's those words and the accusation they hold against God and his supposed purpose that remain the darkest. Marie saw me do it. I'd carried her, dead weight but far from dead, into my room and placed her on my bed. I wanted her to know that I knew she was in there, to know what the doctor had told me, why I was planning to do what I did, and that I knew she was in there and able to hear me. It was Dr. Linson, the same doctor who gave me a sticker for being brave when I was small, who burned the wart off my back and gave me syrup for my cough. The same doctor I trusted and respected as a friend. It was the very same who told me, "It'll happen to you." Some round here have called me a witch, but he, a doctor, like oracles of old, told me the future not as a guess, but in iron, terrible certainties. "It will happen to you." He'd done the tests, could tell from the blood. Suddenly the warmth was gone, and just like God, this familiar figure who, in a way, I knew and loved, crushed everything that was me and mine into powder and wiped the dust from his hands. I would be inside, trapped like Marie. Run, laugh, nothing. It would happen to me. But it hasn't. Because, unlike Marie, I have had help. My God doesn't love me, but my God, at least, is fair. In many ways, a doctor is similar to a witch. Both have their herbs, their potions, and their books, and both can show what time seeks to conceal. Both, at times, are tiny gods. Where they differ is how they treat whispers in the dark. A doctor says they don't exist. A medium might turn an ear to listen. A witch, and only a witch, would choose to whisper back. It took me a year to pay for that book. I had some savings squirreled away, but only one half of the price he wanted. I showed him my wage slips, offered, if he would let me, to pay off the remainder in installments. For me, the clock was ticking. For him, it was not. He was unmoved. He'd made that mistake before, and, in his experience, with a few notable exceptions, those acquiring such books weren't around long enough after receiving them to pay off their debts. Not those owed to him, anyway. I explained that being one of those exceptions was the crux of my plan. "Isn't it always?" he sighed, before adding by way of caution. "If the book works, you'll have debts enough. Full payment in advance. No exceptions." And so, Mother, I waited. Over that year, I read. Devoured with omnivorous greed every mention I could find of the occult, demonology, and esoteric ritual magic. At first I refused to pay for other books, my sole object being to purchase that one volume that would give me what I needed, and instead travelled many miles, often walking, to numerous libraries and bookshops. Sometimes I would set off at night and walk until dawn. I'd stay all day, simply reading and making notes, and then, when night fell, I would walk back. At length, however, I discovered that with parsimony verging on torture, I could afford to put more aside. Some days I ate only bread, but if it came to the choice, bread or books, I ate nothing at all. But I bought the books, scores of them. You will remember, Mother, how my body changed, how your boy with ruddy cheeks withered and shrank across the month until he appeared as nothing more than a skeleton upon which someone had crudely painted skin. By the end of the year, I looked like Marie, and I began to feel like her too. It started in my hands, a quick spasm or a finger that wouldn't, when commanded, angle or bend as it should. Sometimes the simple act of lifting a spoon from a meagre bowl of soup became a near impossible task. My hand, as if held by some other force, would twitch and tremble till I strained and pulled the sinews of my wrist, trying in vain to control it. One terrible morning, I awoke to find I couldn't lift my head. The muscles in my neck, as if dissolved in the night, seemed to have liquefied, losing all tension, all control. Eventually, with a screaming wrench, I rolled to my side, and the feeling finally returned. I lay on the bed, sobbing wildly, the panic and fear like nothing before. I looked down to find that I'd soiled myself for the first time since I was a child, and you had calmly cleaned me up. I panicked at the thought that I hadn't felt it, so hard-gripped had I been with fear. Fear that I had waited too long. The doctor had said around 3 years. Had I been cheated? Was it too late? To add to my indignity, I vomited loudly. That, Mother, is what real terror feels like. How, after that, could I ever fear the dark? That night, I bought the book. At first, for a month, nothing happened. Weeks before, I'd cleared my room. All that remained was a ragged mattress and a single ringed camping stove. The floor I had etched with circles and signs, symbols and names in salt and chalk. Some from above, some from below. Though I knew my calls would go one way. I stopped going to work. Every night I'd read the words and share the signs. Standing naked with only a candle, I'd trace the 5-point star in the air, open the space for all to come. I'd face and bow to the points required, move at junctures from one circle to the next, tracing geometries with my steps as incantations foul and fair spilt from my lips, proud and clear. Still nothing happened. When, Each morning I was forced with the light of dawn to trace that star backward again. To close the ritual, I would retreat to my corner and cry. Eventually, I realized that I could not cut corners, that I would need to perform the rituals exactly as stated and to use the materials as stipulated, making sure to adhere to every detail. That would require work, not only study, but actual physical labor and distance covered to acquire the things I needed. It isn't so easy in this day and age to simply find a goat. They don't tend to venture into the narrow entries and cobbled back streets of the cities. To get one, I had to go outside of the city. I took a train into the hills and was forced to kill time for hours waiting in a wooded area across from the field. Stealing the goat was harder than I thought, not only because the thing kicked and squirmed, making a terrible screeched racket, but because the noise it did make brought the dogs, running and snapping towards me. I barely made it over the barbed wire fence before they were on me. A few moments more and I would surely have been mauled. The kid bleated and writhed in terror, pushing against the walls of the canvas sack I had brought for the job, but slung over my shoulder it was easy enough to carry. Can you imagine, Mother, how difficult it was for me to smuggle that thing into the house without anyone seeing, especially you? How upsetting it was for me to eventually have to cut out its tongue to stop it from screeching and alerting people to its presence? Can you imagine how heartbreaking it was for me a week later to sink my shovel into the newly turned earth and desecrate the grave of a child? All so that I could pull from the lid the nails that fastened closed the coffin. And how shattered, like a glass, trampled to smithereens, I became, when, after killing the goat, scratching a thin strip of its leather out to form the circle, and pinning it down with those nails from the grave, nothing came as a result. All that answered was silence. I had done everything correctly, followed the instructions to the letter, and still had nothing to show for my trouble but darkness and the creeping inevitability of my own horrific fate, a fate that no one but our Marie would understand. Still, I did not give up. You always taught me that if at first you don't succeed, you must try and try again. So I did, every night. 2 weeks in, I told Marie. I like to think she understood, that she could see, despite it all, where and why I'd birthed my plan. Once, as I fed her, my hand began to shake. Her eyes were fixed, but something in them changed, and I knew she saw. I knew that she knew. It would happen to me. I told her my plan, picked up the chalk and walked to the wall. Run. Laugh. Nothing. I read the words aloud, less for her than for me. I stood before them, my back to her, allowing their horrible, unbent truth to seep and sink through each of my pores. Is this it? I asked her the question. Like all that I asked her, it became rhetorical. Is this God's plan? Suddenly, an anger, a fear, and a spite boiled up like venom and seared through my veins. Taking the chalk, beneath I scrawled, "I choose no. I choose no." I stared again at the wall. Then I turned and looked at Marie. "Free will?" I asked her empty stare. "He," I added, "is no god of mine." As expected, both Marie and God said nothing. Later that night I tried again. Nothing. Just a boy, naked in the dark, desperate and thin, reaching for anything. As the first streaks of dawn began to colour the sky, I knew that tears would follow. I began to believe it was over, that all hope was lost. For the first and only time, I considered ending it all. Rather death than this. I'd always been taught that suicide was a sin, the ultimate rejection of God's ultimate gift. But then, what gift was this? A present whose wrapping made the contents unusable? Was I, supposed to be grateful? To give the Almighty thanks for this broken gift? To consider myself lucky to view God's creation in rigid silence? To cry exultation for the endless procession of ceilings we'd see? I rolled onto my side and pressed my face against the bare wood, salt and chalk crusting my cheek as, curling, fetal, naked and pathetic, I sobbed to myself, muttering over and over that I choose no. It is only the trembling fawn, the smallest, weakest lambs, that catch the eyes of the wolf. So it was with me, and so it must be always. For only in the pit, the depths of desperation, clawing the sand at this, my lowest ebb, then and only then, did someone hear my call. For the first time in my life, I heard whispers in the dark. But it wasn't God who answered. At first I thought I'd dreamt it, that, as I had so many nights before, I'd cried myself to sleep, and somehow I had dreamt that thin and whispering voice. I propped myself up and stared into the darkness, staring towards the corner, and I knew, towards the cupboard. I thought how, as a child, I'd peeked from under the bedclothes, watched that door in horror, listening for a creak, watched for it to open just a tiny crack, for hands to slither snake-like out to grasp my leg. Now, sitting naked, a candle by my side, I stared again at the door as something in there spoke. The candle by my side I knew was almost spent. Soon it would expire, and I'd be there alone, groping in the dark. I held my breath and listened, straining now to hear clawing at the silence to the edge of sound. I sat in perfect stillness, every muscle taut, looking at the cupboard, listening for sounds behind the cupboard door. Something called my name. I stood, slowly, drenched in freezing sweat. I felt my breathing quicken as I forced myself to step, inching ever closer as my stomach seemed to melt. I felt a wave of nausea rising from its pit and, swallowing hard, wiped at my mouth with the back of one hand. The voice was tinny, somehow sounding thin. As I padded closer, it seemed somewhat to change, and somehow, through the shift in pitch, I heard the speaker smiling. I placed my hand upon the handle and felt a pang of doubt. Was there really, here, behind this flimsy door, something I had conjured up, that through my lines and symbols, my mutterings and murmurs, I had succeeded in dragging up something to hear from hell? And if it was, if all of that were true, did I really want to see it? This fiend from the pit? Did I want to see to prove all of this was real? All the good and evil, all the gods and monsters? In truth, I didn't know. Did I really want it? It didn't matter anyway. I knew what I didn't want. So, as my candle flickered and waned, I slowly turned the handle and drew back the door. The cupboard in my room was a room of its own, a recess or cubbyhole built into the wall. It stretched back for several feet. Now, standing before it, I peered into the dark. For a moment, behind the door, dark was all there was, just a square of blackness cut from the cloth of night. But then, a glimmer, maybe 4 feet up, a highlight in the blackness. The teeth of a smile. There was nothing else, or nothing I could see, just the mouth and lips, the edge of the chin hanging in the darkness, like some wicked Cheshire cat. All the rest was darkness, all around was black, so the mouth just hung there, a sickly, sickening grin. The gums were swollen, bloated and pink, of a shade you would usually not find there. A slightly putrid rose. They bulged, firm and plump with jagged, spaced-out teeth. The skin around was milky white, which made the teeth seem yellow, stretching out to wicked points like the fangs of an animal. I stood in the darkness and felt my bowels give way. It never gave a name. It wasn't always there, and after each conversation it made me close the door, as if it didn't want me to see what it was doing. The voice was hideous. Every wretched syllable curled in clicks of spit, gobs of drool spilling over those red lips in long elastic stretches that disappeared below.
"Hello, Arnold,"
it said with a smile that made me retch. I spoke into the darkness, to this lonely light. I want it to stop. I want it not to happen. You can do that? You can make it stop?
"Yes."
It spilled in awful, liquid sounds. The light veered madly as the candle in my hand shook with my trembling and flicked wax onto the floor. I tightened my grip on its waxy firmness and, steadying my hand, raised my chin imperiously. I swallowed hard and stiffened my resolve. "Okay," I said. "Tell me how." I wanted to ask that first night, to tell this thing what I wanted, needed, and have it take the prospect away. But I had read for nearly a year. By then I knew better. "I know, Mother, that you might not believe. Things in the cupboard. I'm sure you think me mad. But I am not mad, Mother. I tell you it was there, as real as you and I. I could have reached forward and touched it. It was there, Mother, and it knew my name. Demons, I'd read, are not to be believed. If they can, they'll trap you, if you give them a chance. To tell them what I wanted, I needed to be sure. Any request I made must be carefully wrought. With just a single stray word, one turn of phrase, it can twist the meaning, and then it will have you. So, on that morning I managed not to tell. I was brave and waited, Mother. In a way, you would be proud. I knew already what the thing would want. Nothing is shown for nothing, naught is done for naught. It would need a sacrifice, some spilling of blood. But when it finally told me, it hurt me just the same. I wrote my wish upon the wall, just as I'd done at Marie's. I scratched and changed and mixed the words, working, toiling to get the phrasing right. There must be no error, no room for manoeuvre. It needed to be clear, and it needed to take place. For the next 60 years, this is my wish. I do not want to end up like Marie. No locked-in syndrome will ever touch my body. In that time, I want my soul to be encased in moving tissue, to be able to go outside, to feel the sun upon me, to interact with the world around me. I will grow old, healthy, and strong. I want my limbs to move. In the event, I lost myself, deviated slightly. Still my words were clear, and I knew that thing was listening. A slow, mocking laughter before I heard it say,
"Thy will be done, Master. Thy will be done."
It was 2 days later that I finally killed Marie. The thing had said it needed it, for all I wished to happen. In the softest way, a pillow across her face. I watched again as the soul left the flesh, unmoving tissue, limbs that do not move, never able to go outside, to feel the sun upon her, never interacting with the world around her. I took her life and offered it to that thing in exchange for mine, so I could be free. I chose no. Our Marie died at 4:10. As far as I'm concerned, for years, she'd never lived. The following night, I closed the ritual, waved the pentangle backward. I dismissed that thing that asked such a price. It's been a year since that night, and all my symptoms have gone. The new doctor says it won't happen to me, yet I'm still not happy. For how could I be, Mother? My Marie is gone to who knows where. As the thing left that night, slithering back from wherever it came. It smiled again and laughed. Then it hissed the words that cut me to the bone. "You will get your miracle, all that you have wished. You who never asked that both of you be well." I know that I didn't, Mother. I will always know. That will be my punishment for the next 60 years. I love you, Mother. Your son, Arnold. The words I've just reproduced were written sometime in the early 1960s. They represent a letter that extends to multiple pages and which, as you have heard, takes a very unusual direction. I found this letter in 2001, pressed between the pages of a Bible belonging to my great-aunt. Despite having never been close to her, and indeed only having a faint memory of having met her once during my childhood, as her only surviving relative, I was left both her house and its contents in her will. It was whilst clearing the house and looking through her sundry belongings that I stumbled across the words I have transcribed above. It is worth noting that in the form that I possessed them, these pages were in poor condition, having been torn and later taped back together. Clearly, the writer of these words correctly anticipated his mother's reaction and her subsequent return to the words at a much later date. The letter itself is now in the British Museum. I donated it alongside another much stranger item found at around the same time. When preparing the house for sale, I was required to cut down an old yew tree that stood within the grounds. A section of the tree was part of my donation. Within it, somehow, encased in its trunk, workers found the body of a sickly-looking young man. The tree's living tissue had grown and moved around him. He'd been able to feel the sun and able to go outside. His limbs, the limbs of the tree, forever moved, in any breeze that blew. Arnold, it seems, got his miracle. I hope beyond hope that soon enough he died, that his soul, trapped in the body, did not live on inside as the tree grew old, healthy, and strong. I fear, however, that from some dark place I hope never to go, a thing I hope never to meet, sees that tree and smiles. Grandma L. I first moved on to the Carswell estate when I was 11. By the time I was 12, I knew who Grandma L was. In the past, the word witch would have been shouted and screamed, screeched and howled by an angry mob, pointing with accusing fingers toward the hut on the edge of town or the hovel that rested just beyond the tree line. Now, though, when such monsters lurk not on the fringes but amongst us, it is in the muted tones of rumour and hearsay that such wicked stories are shared. It was not with a shout, but with a whisper, muttered in a school cloakroom one damp afternoon, that I first heard about the witch on the hill. It was 5 years later that I actually met her. Grandma L. was the matriarch of one of the biggest and, I don't think it would be unfair to say, most notorious families on the Carswell estate. Everyone knew a Clark. If you weren't related to, married to, or employed by one or another member of the family, then you clearly weren't from these parts. The older members of the family, L's 7 sons, were all in some way involved in the building trade and indeed any job, from plastering to tiling, extensions to patios, that wasn't paid for by the council, or which, more likely, was never even broached with the council at all, would have some member of the Clark family involved. On a close-knit estate, they were the wool. As united as they were numerous, you would never cross one for fear of the rest, and in particular of L. As with every great terror of children, there were few details and even fewer specifics to L's story. So infrequently was she actually seen that some, including myself, had questioned on more than one occasion whether she existed at all. It was clear, however, that there was something about this woman, as even within the older generations a degree of reverence was paid to this motherly and yet somehow malevolent figure. In some stories, she was a Robin Hood-like character who sent stockings of fell-off-the-back-of-a-lorry gifts to needy families at Christmas, or slipped pleasingly heavy brown envelopes through the letterboxes of those recently made redundant. In other stories, she dealt out justice of a supernatural kind. According to my classmates, old Winston, who was often seen around the precinct with his 2 withered hands, became like that after he had slapped one of Elle's granddaughters during an argument. On another occasion, so they said, a boy who had graffitied the outside wall of her house was badly burnt a few days later in a freak accident involving a burst water pipe. The boy, who was scarred for life, or defaced if you will, spent the day after he was discharged from hospital voluntarily scrubbing the spray paint from that wall. The house to which that wall belonged was one of a row of 3 council-built bungalows that sat alone at the top of Marston's Hill. Many years earlier, a large supermarket chain had been granted permission to build in the area around the hill. The council, catching the scent of the money that would be generated by such a development, had moved and compensated those families whose houses were in the way of the planned site, and the supermarket had bought out those who owned their houses outright. These properties were then demolished to clear the way for the buildings, parking, and supplementary infrastructure that a large supermarket would require. All the houses, that is, except for Elle's. Elle's bungalow, the 3rd in the row, was the only one of the 3 that was occupied at the time, the tenants of the other 2 having left the properties boarded up many years before. Elle refused to move. Initially, representatives from the supermarket had reasoned that she was holding out for a better deal, and believed that by being their last man standing, she would receive a considerable lump sum for giving up her home. Indeed, they attempted to entice her to move with a succession of extremely generous offers, all of which were flatly, but politely, refused. Eventually, so the story goes, the supermarket appealed to the local MP for the area, John Ardyke. Rumoured, and later proven, to be taking large sums of money under the table to foreground the company's interests, Ardyke became increasingly impatient with Elle's stoutness, and, as a result, became more openly hostile in his approach to solving the impasse. As soon as he took over management of the issue, Elle began to receive threatening letters warning of legal action or worse. These letters were always returned to the postman the following day, each in a small glass bottle filled with ash. Eventually, Ardyke's difficulties with these letters extended to having them delivered in the first place. As a succession of Royal Mail employees openly refused to deliver them through the letterbox, or even to enter the garden, he was rumoured to have personally intervened to have them sacked. The one brave soul who did eventually post what amounted to a thinly veiled threat was given a letter in return to post on Elle's behalf. Which specific decision-maker at the supermarket this letter was intended for, or what it contained, we will never know. 2 weeks later, however, after spending millions demolishing houses in preparation for building, and no doubt contributing quite a sum to Ardyke's personal coffers, the company seemingly lost interest, whilst Ardyke, embarrassed and furious, lamented the loss of bribes to come and seethed. The 3 bungalows on the hill were left as the only survivors of the cull, untouched, intact, and alone. A few days later, 2 council workers, clearly directed from above, posted a sign covered in plastic to the door of Elle's house. The sign, intended to ease a bruised ego, read simply, "You'll be sorry, witch." Whether Elle and her family didn't see the sign or considered it a badge of honour is unclear. It remained there for nearly 2 years, until one day she calmly walked out of the house and unceremoniously set it alight. All of which meant that the first time I was forced to climb Marston's Hill and found myself standing by the gate of Elle's garden with the seemingly insane intention of actually entering the house itself, I was somewhat less than excited by the prospect. My reason for making this ridiculous errand was simple. It was my job. Sort of. In those days, people didn't buy their milk at the supermarket. Instead, the milk would be delivered to their doorstep by a milkman, and indeed, for many on the Carswell estate, it still is. This milkman would drive around in the early hours of each morning with his crates from the dairy and would drop off the requested number of pints, ready for the customer to splash on their cornflakes that morning. To help him in this task, our milkman, Tom, would usually have 3 or 4 lads from the local area whom he would employ to make the deliveries according to a set schedule each morning. For a while, when I was 16, I was one of these lads. Seeking to raise a few pounds, which would then inevitably be spent over the coming weekend, I had asked Tom about taking the job at the start of the school year. After a month or 2, during which thankfully I was never called upon to leave milk at the end of L's garden, Tom usually taking that responsibility himself, I realized that the early mornings were adversely affecting my schoolwork. I reluctantly informed Tom that I would no longer be able to continue delivering the milk. To my relief, he suggested that I switch to collecting the money on a Thursday and Friday afternoon. This job, which involved similar pay to the deliveries, required me to simply visit the same houses that I had delivered to in the mornings and collect payment for the milk according to a list that Tom would compile in a small notebook. The same houses, that is, except for one. In most cases, when collecting payment for the deliveries, the transaction would be completed on the doorstep. All too often you would stand in the drizzle, pacing from one foot to the other in an attempt to stay warm, whilst the client, comfortably dry in their porch or hallway, fished around in a purse for the exact change. Other times, such as at the local old people's home, the collection took a little longer and was actually more like a short visit, during which you would catch up with the client, ask after their children, and listen to them as they told the same joke as the previous week and complained about the weather. Though it wasn't technically in the job description, this type of thing was actively encouraged by Tom, who at times would highlight a certain individual and tell you, "Just spend a bit of time with this chap tonight, his dog's just died." Or, "Stop and have a brew with this old girl this week, she sounded a bit lonely last week." It was a part of the job that the people visited seemed to really appreciate, and, though it seems a strange thing for a 16-year-old to want to do with his evenings, something I really enjoyed. You honestly don't know who's living in your community until you have a cup of tea with them. Some of them were fascinating. There was Mr. Bedson, the old man who had fought in World War II and had a passion for photography. Every week he'd regale me with tales of his times in the army, and on one occasion even allowed me into the dark room he had set up in his back bedroom to look at some of his old snaps. There was Mrs. Floyd, the great-grandmother who surprised me on one visit by rolling up her sleeve to reveal an arm and shoulder entirely covered in tattoos. There was old Louis, who spoke in a Glaswegian accent so thick it was virtually indecipherable, despite the fact that he had never even been to Scotland. Jan, the Norwegian gardener, whom I would always find in his garden with his sleeves rolled up, no matter how cold it was, and, of course, most fascinating of all, there was Elle. In the case of the house on the hill, it was to be one of these visits. Elle, Tom informed me, was not only getting on in years, but had a wooden leg, which made it somewhat difficult for her to move around. It would therefore be necessary for me to not only knock, but actually go inside the house and converse. It's strange, but I still remember exactly what the order I was to collect from Elle's place was. Payment for 2 pints of semi-skimmed and a bottle of orange juice. I also remember that the first time I was ever called upon to knock on her door, I seriously contemplated running away. I couldn't help it. I remember staring at the order and wondering whether, instead of visiting the house, I could simply add the money to the collected funds myself out of my own pocket and pretend to have collected it. The cash would be the same. The tick would go in the book. Who'd ever know? The obvious flaw in this plan was that I had already spent the previous week's wages, and therefore had no money to put into the collection even if I wanted to. Not to mention what would happen if Elle inquired as to why she was suddenly receiving free milk. Still, I was petrified. My mind flashed back to all those autumnal nights when a group of us would dare each other just to enter the garden, let alone touch, or, God forbid, open the door. Now, only a few years later, and still more of a child than I would ever have openly admitted, I stood in the fading twilight, alone on the hill, with what, if the reports were to be believed, was a monster. Even the house itself seemed to squat and watch with malicious intent. The row of 3 bungalows were terraced, so they looked like one single long block, sharing a roof, but with separate gardens and front doors, divided from each other by interior walls. Whilst Elle's house had flowers and hanging baskets blooming outside, the other 2 dwellings, connected by bricks and mortar to hers, were boarded up and dilapidated. The gardens, if they could even be called that, were overgrown tangles of weeds and waist-high grass. The overall impression reminded me, sickeningly, of my great-aunt's face after she had suffered a stroke, one half leaning and palsied, whilst the other retained the light and glow that it always had. The houses to the right seemed to have atrophied, withered on the vine as if tainted and polluted by some poison. I stood at the gate for a full minute, standing there, with nothing but the whispering breeze through overgrown grass for company. I thought again of the whispers of children and all the heavy dread that comes with the name witch. And yet there was something else in me, a sense of duty to Tom and a stubborn adolescent refusal to remain a child. I gritted my teeth, muttered something to myself about not being stupid and there being no such thing as witches, and rapped on the door. At first there was no reply. I waited, noticing in a way that I never normally would that it was getting darker. As the shadows pooled and bled into one another, they seemed to me to be conspiring together to paint over the light and block my exit. At that moment, the door swung open. Upon entering the house, 2 things struck me in quick succession. The first was the enormity of the place. Even a few steps inside revealed the outside of the house to be a cunning subterfuge. The walls, separating one terraced house from the other, had been knocked through, undoubtedly by one of Elle's many sons. Whilst from the outside it appeared that only one property was occupied, inside it was revealed that all 3 had been knocked together. Being bungalows, the result of these modifications was to create one immensely long room. Aside from its size, however, the room itself was not markedly different to those I had seen in other residence homes, though, notably, there was no bed. All of this I took in an instant, my attention more immediately captured by the second thing that I saw. In the middle of the room, a few feet from an ancient-looking rocking chair, was what appeared at first glance to be a large pile of dark fabric. It took me a few seconds to notice the frail white hand protruding from the mass. The next few moments were a blur. One thing I can say for certain, however, is that in that moment all superstition vanished from my mind. This was real-world fear, white-hot, immediate, and tangible. I bent down, pulled back the fabric which had ridden up over Elle's head, and felt for a pulse. It was a horrible way to first see someone. Her head, covered in short curls of snow-white hair, seemed so tiny and fragile. Skeletally thin, with a milky pallor, my thoughts flashed immediately to my great-aunt in her last days, how all I'd wanted to do was swaddle her up and protect her. As it was, I did swaddle Elle, having partially remembered some first-aid class from school and the importance of keeping people warm. I took the heavy blanket from the chair and, laying it over her, brought my mouth close to her ear. "Don't worry," I said. "I'm getting help, but I'll be back." With Elle's house being so isolated, running to a neighbour wasn't an option. Instead, I ran down Marston's Hill, my legs freewheeling beneath me so that I almost stumbled several times. When I reached the bottom, I bundled into the phone box and dialed 999. The operators were clearly local, aware of the rumours and seasoned victims of prank calls relating to this address. It took 3 attempts for them to take me seriously. Having been assured that an ambulance was on its way, I then sprinted back to the top of the hill that earlier I had gingerly dragged myself up, and waited by Elle's crumpled form until the ambulance arrived. When I had seen that she had been loaded into the ambulance and shared with the drivers the names and addresses of the sons that I knew, I diligently traipsed, shaken and breathless, back down Marston's Hill, and finished my round. When I finally met back up with Tom, an hour later than expected, I climbed into the passenger seat of the milk float and explained what had happened. Tom listened patiently and put one of his massive paws on my shoulder. "You did good tonight, lad," he pronounced, and handed me my wages, with an extra £10. "That's for being a hero," he said, and winked. That wasn't the only gift I received that week. The next morning, I was woken by a loud knocking at the door of a parent's house. Having spent the extra money and my wages underage drinking the previous evening, I was hoping on behalf of my hangover that the real owners of the house would be available to answer it. Unfortunately, a second, more insistent knock confirmed that they had gone out. Scrabbling downstairs and wondering why this person was so averse to the concept of doorbells, I woozily opened the door. My stomach, already delicate, somersaulted. It was Stephen Clark, eldest of Elle's sons, and a man with a reputation almost as mythic as hers. For one horrible moment, I considered the possibility that I could somehow be held responsible for what had happened to Elle. Suddenly, standing there in my boxer shorts with t-shirt on inside out, I felt incredibly vulnerable. Hi, Stephen. How's your mam?" I probed tentatively. Stephen's expression never changed.
"Just came to say thanks for what you did for my mam,"
he said, ignoring my question completely, but also offering some relief from the sense of immediate peril.
"This is for you, from Elle," he went on.
He handed me a small rectangular box, of the type you might expect perfume or expensive cigars to be packaged in. With that, he turned and walked away. As he reached the gate and without turning round, he shouted, "Watch what you're doing with that, lad. It's strong stuff." At first, I was understandably nervous about opening the package. From Stephen's words, I had a slight suspicion that it might be some kind of intoxicant. The box was made of light pine wood. When I finally worked up the courage to open it at the hinge, I found that the inside was lined with satin. Lying upon this satin, like the body in an expensive-looking coffin, was something which looked to me like the sticks of charcoal we would use to sketch in art class. This charcoal stick was around 7 inches long and had a chalky texture to the touch. There was no note, no explanation, and I had no clue. I placed the gift carefully back into its box and returned, gratefully, to bed. With the exception of Tom, whom I had spoken to on the day itself, I told no one about my experience at Elle's house. Not because of fear or any sense of duty, but because I didn't really think it was anyone else's business. Unfortunately, some people clearly didn't share my outlook. At the start of my next shift, after handing me the notebook with the list of orders, Tom paused and looked at me sternly. "You went inside Elle's house last week, didn't you, lad?" I nodded, yes. "Thought so. I hear she'd had the whole row knocked through into one big house. Is that right?" Again, I nodded. Tom's lips thinned as he pressed them together tightly, mulling over his next sentence and weighing his words carefully. "Well, it's a bit different now. You'll see what I mean when you get there. I dropped off the milk this morning because I was asked to by one of her lads, but I'm not sure there'll be anyone there today to pay for it. Go up and knock, but if nobody's there, you come straight out, you hear me?" Usually a perpetually jolly fellow, it was strange to see Tom so agitated. "What's going on?" I asked bluntly. Tom opened the passenger door to let me out. One of the ambulance drivers told Ardyke about the house. I didn't have to climb Marston's Hill to see the consequences of this leak. I could see it from the bottom. The previous week there had been 3 bungalows at the top of the hill. Now there was 1. Having gotten wind of the arrangement at Elle's home, John Ardyke MP had sent workers to the property. Acting on the assumption that the Clarks owned only the first house in the row, and displaying the sort of petulant cruelty one usually associates with spoilt children, Ardyke made good on his threats to make Elle regret her stubbornness. Over the course of the next 3 days, the 2 properties not owned by the Clarks were razed to the ground. Whilst Elle lay recovering in hospital from a minor fall, Ardyke's minions, reportedly hired from another borough, as local workers refused to participate, set about systematically demolishing the adjoining properties. Every brick, every wire, every pipe and plug were extracted and removed. The books, ornaments, and sundry personal possessions found in the properties were declared to have no known owner, and were either thrown in a skip or unceremoniously piled up in the front garden and burnt. A further consequence of this demolition was the impact it had on the remaining house. Having been knocked through to join the other properties, Elle's home now had no internal wall,
meaning what remained on the hill was a three-sided structure with a roof that extended into nothing. One whole side was left open to the elements. Seeing this from the bottom of the hill, I did wonder whether it was worth making the climb at all. It was December in the north of England, and with snow on the ground, the remaining shell of the house had been rendered uninhabitable. Perhaps, I supposed, someone was collecting the milk from here and taking it to wherever Elle was staying now. Maybe someone would be waiting at the top to meet me. So, reluctantly, I turned up the collar of my jacket against the sleet and marched up the hill. The first time I encountered Elle, crumpled and vulnerable on the floor, there was nothing remotely intimidating about her. She was instead the very picture of human frailty. The second time I met her, she was the very picture of a witch. Just as before, the door, clearly loose on its hinges, had opened of its own accord. I stepped inside and, within seconds, regretted it. There, seated in the same rocking chair I saw earlier, her back to the open space where a wall should have been, was Elle. Sleet fell in sidelong slashes onto her, coating her hair and the thick black dress she wore with glimmering splinters of ice. Her face, which only a week before had looked as fragile as porcelain, was hard and angular, as if carved from wood. She sat rigidly upright, her muscles taut and fingernails digging into the arms of the chair. Her eyes, which were of a cold Atlantic blue like the numb, dead eyes of a fish, seemed to have frozen into a venomous, spiteful hate. At first, the vision was enough to strike me dumb and force me to take a few retreating steps, but relying on the part of me that was becoming more man than boy, I hardened my resolve and spoke. "Bloody hell, Elle, you'll catch your death. Come on, let's get you up to your Stevens. You can't stay—" "Sit down, boy," she interrupted decisively, in a voice deeper and louder than anything I'd have imagined could have emerged from her frame. Without a second thought, I sat on a nearby stool. On her lap she held a wooden box, similar to the one I had been given, but much larger. Without saying a word, she opened the box to reveal a pile of the same charcoal sticks I had received. Before I had a chance to ask what they were for, she leaned forward in her chair and fixed her eyes directly on mine. "My grandmother gave me these," she said, sliding an outstretched finger delicately along the length of each stick in turn. "These are the bones of Vinegar Tom, blackened by fire. Write the name of an enemy with these and they'll not cross you again. My mother wrote names, and her mother before her." She paused here, and slowly and deliberately looked me up and down. She blinked a few times, as if pondering some great truth. Then she slowly closed the lid. For a second, her face softened, and she smiled. She said at last, nodding to herself as if satisfied. "I thought as much. Bury yours, lad. You'll not have the heart to use them." With that, she took out a small leather coin purse and, leaning towards me, handed me the exact payment in change for the milk. As she did, she took hold of my hand. Her fingers were icy. "Thank you," she said. "I'll pray for you." With that, she turned away, and I took my cue to leave. That was the last time I ever saw Elle. The next day, I threw the charcoal bone, still in its box, into the lake nearby to my house. I hope that it stays there. Whether she did pray for me, I don't know, and I can honestly say it has never concerned me as much as the thought of who she might be praying to. For the details of my encounters with Elle, you only have my word. My dealings with her ended that day. There are, however, a number of other details that the reader needs to know in order for me to consider my story complete. I present them to you as a simple list of verifiable facts. Make of them what you will. If you search Elizabeth Clark Witch in Google, the results will detail an incident from 1644 in which Matthew Hopkins, known as the Witch-finder General, oversaw the hanging of the confessed witch Elizabeth Clark in Essex, southern England. In the days before her execution, Clark, who had a wooden leg and whose mother, Elizabeth Clark the Elder, had also been hanged as a witch,
confessed under torture to having kept and suckled at her breast several familiars. These demons, or imps, were in the guise of household pets. Their names included Pie Wacket, Peck in the Crown, and a dog named Vinegar Tom. The first image result you will find is a woodcut showing Hopkins, Clark, and these familiars. A copy of that same woodcut hung on the wall in Elle's house. A week after I last saw Elle, a story appeared in the local newspaper about John Ardyke MP. He had apparently been the victim of a practical joke, as a group of painters and decorators he had hired to touch up his living room and kitchen had instead painted every surface in a pitch-black charcoal before abandoning the job completely. Ardyke, who was said to be furious, had threatened legal action. Anyone able to find this incident in the local press of the time should also be able to easily locate the report from the same paper 2 weeks later, featuring the same house. The story is about a fire. Whilst Ardyke and his family were unharmed in the blaze that destroyed his home, tragedy did befall the family a month later when the widely respected MP fell ill with a rare neurological disorder. This disorder, which presents similar symptoms to those experienced in sickle cell, attacks the nervous system, exciting the pain receptors to the extent that modern anesthetics are almost entirely ineffective. John Ardyke died a week later, in agony. The lake into which I threw Elle's gift also featured in the paper that week due to a strange incident in which all of the fish, seemingly suffocated by some pollutant, floated up to the surface dead. Local businesses were investigated in connection with suspected pollution, but no conclusive evidence was ever found. Finally, it is worth noting that the late Mr. Ardyke's wife, Pamela, and his now grown-up daughter, Angela, are not on speaking terms. The root of the animosity between the two is that Mrs. Ardyke, a superstitious woman by all accounts, has publicly accused her daughter of being partly responsible for her husband's death. Her contention, it seems, is that his illness was in some way linked to a drawing the then 6-year-old Angela drew of her father. This drawing, upon which the word Daddy was crudely written in a child's looping hand, was drawn with a stick of charcoal, given to the young Angela by someone she described at the time as a nice old lady. Relics. I want to start this story in a bit of a strange way. I want to start where most stories end, or at least where most fairy tales end. So, before I get too deep into what happened, I want to tell you that Elaine and I did ride off into the sunset, and we did live happily ever after. Or at least we have, in the years since she told me. I think it's important for you to hear that. For you to know that, for us at least, for Elaine, there was a happy ending. After all the darkness. Most fairy tales begin with once upon a time. In the case of our fairy tale, I know that time to the minute. I first met Elaine at precisely 12 p.m. on the 18th of December, 2018. By 12:30 p.m., I was madly and hopelessly in love with her. It wasn't hard to do. Elaine is the sort of person who simply attracts affection to her, though, unfortunately, as I was to learn, her past makes it very difficult for her to accept it. For Elaine had a very strange and, in my view, frankly terrifying upbringing. But before we get to that, back to my own love story. You may be wondering how I can be so specific when pinning down the date and time that we first met. Well, that's simple. I know it was the 18th of December because that also happens to be my birthday. I know it was 12 p.m. because that was the exact moment, almost to the second, that Elaine spilt her scalding hot coffee all over my brand new shirt. Despite the fact that she had wandered into the Grand Cafe that morning, she had somehow managed to survive the first 3 months of university as the only person in the city who hadn't actually heard of the place, or, more pertinently, of the reason why it was so famous. For, aside from being the go-to place for posing hipsters and wannabe bohemians in the city, the Grand was also famous for the feature that gave the place its name, specifically the enormous grandfather clock that stood against the back wall, and which, depending who you talked to, was apparently between 70 and 150 years old. Whilst its age may have been up for debate, what was certainly not was its volume, as every hour on the hour it chimed so loudly that you could feel the vibrations in the squire, another student haunt 2 doors down. Whilst anyone who has been to the Grand before or had even heard of the place would have been prepared for the chimes, Elaine clearly wasn't. As the oversized clock chimed, she very nearly jumped out of her skin, screaming loudly and throwing the café mocha she had just purchased all over the nearest bystander. As it happened, that bystander was actually a by-sitter who up until that point had been happily perched on a nearby stool, minding his own business and reading some drab academic paper written by an equally drab academic professor. Once the piping hot coffee landed on his back, however, he was persuaded to look away from his studies and join Elaine in a round of screaming. "Jesus Christ!" I remember saying, leaping from the stool and trying to claw at the back of my shirt like I was doing some kind of new dance craze. After a few seconds of pain, during which I managed to put together a fairly accurate picture of what had happened, I caught sight of Elaine. She was small, had bright ginger hair cut into a bob with a fringe, and looked as if she were wishing with every fibre of her being for the ground to open up and swallow her. I don't think I had ever seen a look of such absolute mortified embarrassment on a person's face, and certainly haven't since. Despite the fact that the scald was stinging quite a lot, and the fact that my new shirt was going to take quite a lot of cleaning, my first instinct was not to get angry or to throw out an accusation, but to protect her. Looking around at the scores of eyes fixed on the pair of us, waiting for me to explode into some fit of righteous anger, I decided that this poor young girl, who, had it been possible, would have actually cringed herself inside out by now, had suffered enough. "Oh, there you are," I said, to her quite obvious astonishment. Then, carrying on like nothing at all had happened, I added, "Here, sit down. I've saved you a seat. I'll grab you another coffee. What was it?" Following my lead with a permanent look of dazed confusion, Elaine accepted my offer of the stool next to mine and muttered softly, It was a mocha, but—" "A mocha? Great." I steamrolled over her objections and, holding up my hand to signal to James, the barista, who I knew fairly well from my American literature class, I ordered Elaine another drink, which I knew James would dutifully bring to the table, thereby avoiding any repeat of the coffee-throwing incident. Then I purposely surveyed the room, trying to catch the eyes of any rubbernecking gawkers who had interrupted their posing to enjoy the show. As one gaze after another fell back to whatever it was they were pretending to be doing, I plonked myself in the seat next to Elaine and grinned broadly. "Sorry for the charade," I said with genuine apology. "I just figured from your face that you weren't really enjoying being the centre of attention." Elaine dropped her eyes shyly in a way that made me think that perhaps she didn't like being the centre of my attention much either. "Thanks," she half whispered. I smiled, just in time for her to see it when she dared raise her head. "Sorry about the coffee. The clock frightened me, and I jumped, and then—" I laughed along with her words, allowing the sound to ease her sentence to its conclusion without her needing to explain further. Nodding, I made a show of looking over my shoulder at the wet patch. "Really? I thought you just didn't like the pattern of my shirt. It is a bit bland. I might check out the stain later, and if it's an improvement, I'll keep it like that." Elaine laughed, and I realized as she did that it was the prettiest sound I had ever heard. Over the next 2 hours, and whilst consuming an unhealthy amount of caffeine, Elaine and I got to know each other. Eventually, she apologized and said that she needed to go in order to not be late for class, and I clumsily asked her if I could see her again and whether she would be willing to give me her number. The answer was the one I wanted, but it took a long time coming. Before agreeing to see me again, to share her number, and reciprocate what I hoped was my obvious interest in getting to know her better, Elaine paused for a very long time. In fact, pause isn't the right word for it. because the effect of watching her consider the idea was like the opposite of a pause. It was as if, in that moment, she believed that she was the only person in the world not on pause, as if, around her, reality had frozen and she had all the time in the world to consider the proposition, the cogs and springs inside her head visibly working and turning as she weighed up the options and seemed, somehow, to be wrestling internally with some opposing voice, a voice that was telling her not to give her number away, not to see this strange man again. For the observer, this process was like watching an entire discussion play out behind her eyes. It really was the strangest thing to see. But at the end of it, she said yes, and that was enough to make me happy. It was on our second meeting, what I consider our first date, that I found out to whom that other voice, the one she had been arguing with, really belonged. We had arranged to go for a meal, meeting at a local pizza restaurant that was slightly more upmarket than the usual fast food joints that I frequented, and a place I had suggested in a naked attempt to impress her. We had finished our meal, and as far as I could tell, had been having a really good time. Elaine had seemed far more relaxed during this meeting than she had during our first. She would still look away shyly any time I tried to pay her a compliment, and was undoubtedly a little more reserved than me, but she asked a lot more questions and laughed along with genuine amusement at my jokey answers. It was as we were leaving the restaurant that the strange thing happened. She had collected her coat and turned into the light when I noticed an eyelash on her cheek. In my household, we had always, half seriously, wished on eyelashes. If you should see one on another person's face or find one of your own fallen out, you would take it gently onto your fingertip, make a wish, and then blow it off to carry it into the great blue yonder and convey your wish to whoever or whatever might be listening and able to grant it. Thinking this might be a cute little piece of family mythology to introduce her to, and, I will admit, having a clear and fully formed wish ready to make, one that involved Elaine directly, I thought I'd gently remove the errant eyelash, take it onto the tip of my finger, and explain to her the tradition. I leaned forward and ever so gently lifted the tiny, curled hair from her cheek. As I did, however, Elaine recoiled as if I had pressed a piece of red-hot metal to her cheek. To say that she flinched at the gesture would be quite an understatement. She drew back in what, to anyone watching, looked like a motion of abject horror, before reversing direction and just as quickly snapping forwards her hand like a rattlesnake strike and gripping my wrist. With the other hand, she plucked the eyelash from my finger and then, as if coming to consciousness, catching sight of herself and realizing what she had done, again stepped back. There was a pause. A moment like stunned realization where Elaine simply stood, wide-eyed and silent, looking around her, confused at the other patrons and staff who were watching her, then turned to stare directly at me. In a single motion she then pressed her eyelash to her chest protectively, turned, and ran. I hurried out into the street after her, worried that I had inadvertently offended or upset her in some way. I called after her, but she sprinted clumsily away, almost slipping once or twice in the snow, and I thought it best not to chase her in case she fell. So, instead, I just stood there, hurt and confused, watching as her blood-red jacket and trails of copper-coloured hair shrank into the stark monochrome of the falling snow and the hazy darkness of the night. I didn't hear from Elaine for a week after that, and, despite my flurry of phone calls and text messages, received no reply. Usually I would have taken this as a simple rejection, finding the idea of pursuing a woman who clearly isn't interested not only slightly creepy, but actually a little bit deviant. When dates had ended badly in the past, or a girl had simply stopped replying, I had inquired as to why and whether they still wanted to see me. If no answer came, I let the matter drop. With Elaine it was hard to be so detached, and though all my modern gentleman sensibilities told me not to chase her if she didn't want to speak, there was another part of me, another instinct, that told me this wasn't the case. She had been interested. There had been a spark there, some unspoken electricity, beyond the jokes and the conversation that passed between us. That was real. Something had happened to end that date early. Something about the way I took that eyelash that made something snap inside her. Something, I believed, that I could apologize for, and perhaps get a second chance. I had to try. For, since the moment we had met, I had been unable to get Elaine out of my mind. When the silence continued into a second week, however, I made a decision. It was unfair to keep bombarding someone who clearly wasn't interested, and with what was a somewhat painful dose of resignation, I resolved not to try again. A few days later, I wandered into the Grand and distractedly ordered a coffee. As I waited for my drink to arrive, searching the place in the half-hope of seeing Elaine huddled in some corner and waiting for me, I was approached by my friend. "Where have you been? I've been looking out for you for days." I shrugged, not wanting to explain why I had kept myself at home and avoided coming back here for almost a fortnight. Somehow, the idea that I was getting over a girl or depressed about a breakup after a single date seemed ridiculous. My friend returned my non-answer with a shrug of his own, but accompanied his with a knowing smile. "Well," he said with a smirk, "if you're interested, I have a message from that redhead girl you were talking to the other day." He held up a small envelope. My heart skipped, and I snatched the missive from his hand with almost as much speed as Elaine had taken the eyelash. "Whoa!" he laughed. "Someone's keen. She's been in a few times asking for you." I took up a pew at the nearest table, not even bothering to collect my coffee, and read what Elaine had written. In short, it was an apology. She explained that she had lost her phone, thinking she may have dropped it in her rush from the restaurant. She added that she still wanted to see me if I could forgive her, and promised to explain everything. At the bottom of the page was an address. I turned to my friend, wide-eyed and excited. He smiled broadly and nodded toward the door. "Go on, Prince Charming. I'll cancel your order and keep a free one for next time." I hesitated for a moment before he prompted me again. "Go on. You're clearly besotted. Get out of here. The coffee can wait." I nodded, swept up my coat and rushed out of the door, with my friend's calls of "Good luck!" echoing after me. When she came to the door of the apartment, Elaine was smiling. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see someone. The feeling was like finding something important that for a few moments you were convinced you had lost or misplaced. Like the time I left my passport in the taxi on the way to the airport, only for the Uber driver to come back to the airport and hand it in, just in time for me to collect it and make my flight. Seeing her standing there, in the doorway, bunny slippers and messy hair, I felt an enormous sense of gratitude. She invited me in, made us both tea, and asked me to take a seat. Once I had parked myself in the chair and she had brought over the teapot, she perched herself on the edge of a seat on the opposite side of the table and lifted what looked like a huge leather-bound book from under her chair and placed it on the table between us. The book was huge, around A2 size and entirely white. "I'm sorry about the other night," she said sheepishly, one hand resting on the cover of the book. "It's just the eyelash." I jumped in here with an apology of my own. "I'm sorry, I thought it was kind of cute, like a little tradition thing, but if I overstepped the mark or you just didn't want to be touched, I'm sorry, Now it was her turn to interrupt. "It wasn't your fault," she said flatly. "I do want to be touched," she said, before adding with a smile, "by you." Here she blushed, her cheeks taking on a gorgeous rose-coloured glow. "It wasn't you. It was the eyelash. It's mine. It belongs to me, and it's hard for me to get over the fact that it's mine. She sighed heavily. "It's hard to explain, but if you don't mind, I want to try." I nodded, intrigued and not a little worried about where this conversation was headed. "If you don't want to see me again after this, then I understand. But I thought I owed you an explanation for running out like that," she said. She sipped her tea, and I noticed as she raised the cup that her hand was shaking. I wanted to say that was ridiculous, that seeing her again had made my week, but I didn't. What she wanted to tell me was clearly important to her, and I didn't want to diminish its importance. Instead, I simply gestured to her to go on. With a gentle nod, Elaine opened the book and began to tell me about Mother. The book, it turned out, was a photograph album filled not only with large-scale prints, but with newspaper cuttings. As I was to find out, these were illustrative. Like the etchings in a book of child's fairy tales, they went along with the narrative Elaine was about to unfold. It's one I have never fully gotten over. Elaine told me that the photographs had been taken by the police the day she finally left home, though she was sure they had other photos which, like that home, they chose instead to simply destroy. Until the age of 12, Elaine lived in a place she called the Pure House with her mother. This house, which Elaine had literally never left until the age of 12, was, for many years, her entire world. The first thing you noticed when looking at the photographs of this place was the whiteness. Everything, every surface, every edge, and every room was pure, unadulterated white. The bed sheets were white, the marble floor white, the countertops, doors, walls, ceiling, everything gleamed and shone like pristine snow. There was not a mark, not a smudge or stain anywhere. I had seen photographs of sterile rooms, operating theatres, or places that needed to be kept sealed because those inside were undergoing some kind of quarantine or medical procedure. Even they were not like this. This seemed unnatural. It reminded me of photography studios I had seen, in which one wall or one side of the room is pure white. In some photographs, it was difficult to get a sense of dimensions, the pure white making perspective, and even judging where the horizon line was, difficult. Later, Elaine would explain that sometimes this made balancing hard, as the eyes and the body's sense of equilibrium struggled to interpret things like depth and distance. Flipping slowly through the photographs, 1,000 questions raced through my mind. Most, however, fell under the heading of why? Had Elaine been ill? Was there some reason why she had been isolated in such a stark and barren-looking environment? The answer to the first question was no, she had not been ill. The answer to the second was yes, there had been a reason. Mother. The photographs, Elaine explained, had been taken 11 years ago, when she finally escaped from this place. Until that point, nobody knew it existed, or even that she existed. Her escape, she explained, had been prompted by her mother's death, and, she added with a hushed hesitation, by a birth. Elaine's mother, whose first name she never knew, referring to her only ever as Mother, was clearly suffering from severe mental health problems. From what she could piece together and from what the police told her afterwards, Elaine had learned that when she had been born, she had been a twin. However, her sister, Emily, had died of cot death before reaching the age of 6 months. Elaine's mother, she never mentioned a father, so I assumed he had disappeared at some earlier point, had been unable to cope with the loss. So damaged was she by the experience of having her child taken from her that she resolved never to have any part of Elaine taken from her again. In her mind, the taking from her was literal, as if the child, or at least its life, had been wrested from her arms, snatched and removed. She wasn't going to let it happen again. I had heard of parents keeping some relics of their children's youth. My own mother, for example, kept the clip that had been tied round the umbilical cord and what eventually became my belly button. She also had a small porcelain pot in which she had kept all of my milk teeth. Elaine's mother had the same, but rather than a single porcelain pot, she had boxes, and rather than simply milk teeth, she collected everything, and I do mean everything. The reason that every surface of the house had been painted white was to allow for easy collection of debris. Every hair that fell, every fingernail, every eyelash. Sweepings from Elaine's sheet, the dust formed from her skin cells was carefully swept into a bag. Removal of any detritus from the body was a ritualized act. Fingernails, kept painfully short, so that the tips were pink and raw, would be clipped twice a week and kept in small Ziploc bags that numbered into the hundreds. Every hair that fell from the head was meticulously collected and stored in a small glass container, lifted from the floors and blankets with tweezers. Her mother, she said, often followed behind her with a dustpan and a small brush, ready to sweep up anything that might fall.
Elaine recounted, with the help of photographs, how she would bathe, hunched over and washed by hand by her mother, who would remove dead skin from the soles of her feet and her heels and scrape the greying off-white pulp into jars. Her bath water, never more than 4 inches and freezing cold to avoid losing too much skin or hair, would be sieved and strained so that the purplish gelatinous scum that collected on the surface could be siphoned off into cups and eventually pressed into small greyish-blue discs, like hamburgers, that would dry and then be stored in Tupperware boxes. Elaine slept in a pure white bed, on her back, with her hair attached by a halo of clothes pegs to wires at the end of the bed. This was to prevent excessive movement, but also to ensure that in the morning every scrap, every fallen hair, flake of earwax oozing from the nose or indeed eyelash, could be dutifully and meticulously swept up and conserved. All the while, Elaine would be admonished by her mother for being so wasteful and allowing these things to be lost. She recounted in detail her abject horror the first time she lost a tooth, how she had been terrified to tell her mother for fear of being scolded for giving away or abandoning another body part. In the end, her mother did scold her, and the tooth's removal involved leaning over a series of test tubes so that the blood and saliva excreted in the process could also be saved and kept. As she grew older and reached the edge of puberty, even her body hair was shaved and stored. I listened to this story of decade-long abuse in horror. Considering that she had been subjected to such regimented torment, it was surprising that Elaine had emerged as balanced as she had. Her reaction to the eyelash was an instinctive reflex, an instinctive urge to keep what was hers and retain it, a reflex she was trying, with the help of a therapist, to overcome. This, however, was not the end of the story. Before explaining how she had eventually escaped this whitewashed prison, Elaine seemed to veer off course with the narrative, meandering into some strange cul-de-sac about Estonian folklore. It turned out to be an important one. She explained that in Estonia, where her mother was originally from, there is a belief in a creature or entity called a krat. She detailed how her mother would talk about this creature every night, repeating the phrase, "The krat is coming soon," over and over under her breath, like some mantra or chant. To refer to the krat as a creature is perhaps being too generous. The idea behind the legend is that an individual can bring to life inanimate objects that assemble themselves into a form in order to make a body. In most variants on the tale, this is farming equipment, and indeed if you look up krat on Google, you will be met with images of a strangely assembled humanoid shape made of rakes, scythes, and other farming equipment that have somehow arranged themselves into an upright skeleton of sorts and begun to walk. Sometimes the krat was made up of wheat stalks, sticks, and dried leaves, or of reams of rusted wire that twisted and knotted together to form a shape, a body for whatever dark entity had been summoned. For make no mistake, the krat was a dark thing. In the old myths, one could summon this thing by offering 3 drops of blood to the devil. Once animated, the krat would become a loyal servant. How this tied into the already horrific story Elaine had unfolded escaped me at first, but eventually she explained her mother's twisted logic. When Elaine first reached adolescence and had her first menstrual cycle, it marked a new chapter in her abuse as this bodily effluvia was also collected. Unlike the other relics, however, this material was collected with great reverence and would, according to her mother, be used. Elaine was rescued from the Pure House a few days after her 12th birthday. Her mother had died a month earlier. The Pure House is no longer standing and indeed, according to Elaine, was razed to the ground by the very police officers who discovered it. Obviously, they believed that the purification brought by fire was the only thing that could cleanse the place of its memories. Though, of course, the memories stayed heavily and tangibly real for Elaine. Amongst those memories, and, she said, strongest amongst them, were the circumstances of her mother's death.
For months before she expired, Elaine's mother had begun to gain weight, and it was clear after a few months that she was pregnant. During this entire time, she would tell Elaine, "The Crat is coming soon, and so is your sister. Emily is coming back." With tears in her eyes, Elaine told me how she found her mother seated on the pure white sofa, her stomach burst open, where something, using its tiny milk teeth, had chewed through to escape. She told of how, for almost a month, she had fed herself from the kitchen, the tattered corpse of her mother lying reclined on the sofa, still weeks away from smelling so bad that the neighbours called the police. Finally, she told me how, during all of that time, she was never once alone. She explained, with not a flicker of insincerity, how she had played with a thing that called itself her sister. A greyish-brown being, the size of a small toddler, whose skin and body was made up almost entirely of waste. Matted wads of rotten hair, years of skin and nail clippings that formed a twisted skeleton and which smiled at Elaine through several rows of what she now supposed to have been her own milk teeth. This thing, made up of Elaine's leavings, dragged behind it a jet-black placenta, joined by a thick pink umbilical cord like a string of sausages. It never harmed Elaine, but instead simply sat, never more than a few feet from Mother, and played with her, giving Elaine, for a few weeks at least, the experience of having a sister. It never spoke, but at night would sit behind her, twirling her hair, in things like fingers. When Elaine was found, and the police discovered what was hiding in the pure house, she hadn't wanted to leave. This had been the only home she had ever known. Her mother, the only other human. Perverse as it was, she had accepted the hideous thing that cut itself from her mother's womb as a friend, a sibling, and had been inconsolable when she had watched the house burn, with the thing she referred to as Emily's Crat still mewling and screeching inside. She finished her story and waited, seemingly expecting me to bolt for the door. I must admit I was tempted. Not because I didn't believe her, but because I did, and the thought was horrifying. Elaine told me that she had been fostered at age 13 and eventually adopted by the same family. That with counselling and a loving home, she had gone at least some way to forging a normal life, and that now, though they were not biologically linked, she knew what it was like to have a real mother and a real sister. She closed the book and told me that she hoped she would never have to open it again. Telling me, she said, was going to be her final word on the subject. She also suggested something strange. She had heard that as part of my literature course I was taking units in fiction writing and a module on fairy tales. She asked me if I would be prepared to write this story as fiction, to make it into a fairy tale, relegating the Crat to the folklore and myth in which it belonged. Just words on the page and stories on the tongue. The Crat was made up of things she had left behind. Now she wanted to leave it behind once and for all, and, just as her mother with wishes and relics had made the thing physical, now she wished to rob it of its physicality, to send it back to the page, to trap it, as she put it, in ideas and ink. She had shown me these things because she thought I needed to know. She thought I needed to know because she already knew, or at least hoped, that I would be around for a very long time. Finally, she reached into her pocket and produced a small box, which for a moment I thought might contain a ring, but when opened was revealed to contain, on a small white cushion, the eyelash I had removed from Elaine's cheek. I still have it, and, I am pleased to say, I also still have Elaine. What you have just heard is our fairy tale, and we plan to live happily ever after. Erasmus Crane and the Cthulhu Murders. It was the early morning, at around 5 a.m., that I stepped down from the hansom cab and into the swirling murk of pre-dawn rain. Around me, the jaundiced glow of the gaslights offered a valiant but ultimately futile effort against the fog, and their hazy glow provided little by the way of illumination. I was therefore heartened to hear a familiar voice by my elbow. It was the voice of the great detective Erasmus Crane, who greeted me with a warmth that seemed somewhat out of place in the dull, melancholic drizzle of the freezing morning. Summoning me to follow, he calmly introduced another man who was standing beside him as a police detective by the name of Cooper. This Cooper was a large, mustachioed gentleman whose barrel chest seemed perfectly suited to his family name. He nodded in acknowledgment and led the way with the aid of his lamp down the narrow cobblestone alley and away from the main road. At length, we came to an intersection between 3 back streets, lit more clearly by an overhead gaslight and partitioned off by a thin stretch of rope that had been strung between the 2 walls, clearly with the intention of stopping the public, or any other interloper, from proceeding any further. Perceiving what lay just beyond that rope, however, I was convinced that this flimsy cord barrier actually served little purpose, since most men, upon catching even a glimpse of that grim tableau, would no doubt have turned heel in horror and raced in the opposite direction. Upon the ground, stretched out in a hideous flop of ragdoll contortions, was what remained of a young woman. She had evidently been not only killed, but butchered. Stripped of her clothes, which now lay in a tangled heap by her side, she had been slashed across the middle so that her innards, still slightly steaming in the cool of the morning, spilled out of her, only to have them been reorganized and placed in a carefully deliberate arrangement. Just below the ribcage, 2 almond shapes, presumably meant to represent eyes, had been daubed in blood on either side of the meridian line. Below them, torn forcibly out through a single horizontal slit, the intestines had been cut into tubes of similar length and splayed out in a fanned shape so that they writhed below, curling downward in a spread of grasping tendrils. The overall effect was to make the lower torso appear like the dangling tentacles of some great cephalopod, a hideous, squirming octopus merged with a man. Below this careful arrangement, the rest of the intestines were scattered, seemingly at random, upon the floor. It was therefore a great surprise to me when Crane asked that I take out my notebook and sketch as precisely as possible the configurations of the discarded organs. For a moment I railed against the idea, but catching the glint in his eye, recognized immediately that, were the gruesome task not of the utmost importance, he would not have asked it of me.
Take for your bearing the top of the head, which has been positioned to face east. Consider the rest to be proceeding from right to left in a roughly horizontal pattern, and try as best you can to record accurately each twist and flicker of the alignment.
I felt my stomach churn as I began at once to record the requested details. As I did, Crane spoke in low but clearly audible tones to the police detective.
I am much obliged to you, Detective, for contacting me regarding this matter, and I can guarantee that my involvement in this inquiry will be treated with the utmost discretion.
Crane paused and then gestured toward the body with the bowl of his pipe.
You will see, of course, that the visible bruises on this young lady's inner thighs cover a wide palette of colours, from purples and greens to light brown. This is indicative that they were sustained at different times during encounters unrelated to this incident. Some are newer, whilst others are well over a week old. I would therefore suggest that this unfortunate girl was engaged in the oldest profession. I would furthermore suggest that you consult Madame Hindy's at the establishment on Grey Street. All of the females in her employ wear the same orchid-based perfume, sourced by the madam herself, and the victim is clearly wearing it. Perhaps in this manner she might be easily identified, and through enquiries in the surrounding buildings some information gained as to the identities of her more regular clientele. I hope you will take the trouble to ensure a proper burial for her."
Cooper nodded that he would, and, pleased by the confirmation, Crane continued.
"As we see her now, this is how her body was found? None other than yourself has entered the vicinity?"
Cooper again nodded that this was the case, before asking as to the significance of the sketches I was tasked with making.
"Perhaps nothing,"
replied Crane flatly.
"Though I think it's prudent to record every detail that may prove useful in future."
At this he shot me a knowing glance, enquiring without ever saying a word whether I had concluded my sketches. I nodded in the affirmative, and Crane accordingly thanked the detective, assuring him that he would be in touch if and when any conclusions were reached. He then turned to leave, pausing only to add a single note of assistance.
"I believe that once the body has been thoroughly examined, it will be easy enough for you to link this incident back to the dozen or so animal mutilations I wrote to you of previously, and to other incidents. This connection will be confirmed beyond a doubt when your doctor comes to examine the victim's liver."
Cooper looked back at the body of the victim and back at Crane. The lack of footprints in the blood around the body and the lack of stains upon Crane's boots confirmed even to my own meagre powers of deduction that he had neither approached nor examined the body. Clearly Cooper had arrived at the same conclusion, and indeed had conjured up the same question that I had been tempted to ask.
"And what exactly do you suppose we'll find when examining the liver that would shed light on such a crime?"
he asked, with not a small dose of vitriol in his voice.
"You will find,"
said Crane, turning his back on the detective and proceeding at a brisk pace back toward the road,
"the same thing you will have found with the others, that the liver is missing."
Hours later, having arrived back at Norton Street and made some attempt to steady my nerves by taking the tea thoughtfully prepared for us by Mrs. Hatton, I was finally summoned to Crane's side for some explanation as to what was going on. Up until this point, I had been content to leave the man to his pursuits, having learnt over many years not to press and cajole him during one of his periods of focused concentration. I therefore resolved to retire to an armchair and watch from a respectful distance as Crane was taken up by one of those unmistakable whirlwinds of fascination and applied thought, during which he made calculations and deductions far beyond what would ever seem humanly possible. So it was that for several hours, whilst I worked to steady and calm myself in one corner of the study, Crane had by contrast moved around in a fit of feverish activity, drawing, it seemed every few minutes, another heavy tome from the shelves and leafing frantically through it, pausing only to examine with great care and the aid of a magnifying glass the sketches I had taken of that poor creature's scattered insides. Eventually he became still, sat up, straight-backed and rigid in a fashion that I immediately recognized as a signal, a resolution. Some conclusion or confirmation, be it for better or ill, had been reached. After some moments, during which he never moved a muscle, he eventually leaned forward and, with something approaching reluctance, unlocked a drawer in his desk and opened it. From inside, he carefully removed 3 small shaving mirrors and what appeared to be yet another volume, this one carefully wrapped up in cloth. Having tentatively opened the book, he placed it carefully into a V-shaped wooden book cradle upon his writing desk. He then proceeded to fix one mirror by means of a thread tied to the lamp at an angle above the text. The second he placed before himself, the reflective surface facing away at a right angle to the first, and tilted so that it showed the image reflected in the first mirror. Finally, he placed the third across the desk, so that its surface was facing back toward the second mirror and towards him. Having completed the assembly of this strange construction, Crane sighed heavily. Leaning back in his chair, he lit his pipe and called me to his side. As he beckoned to me, he gave instructions before I got too close that I was only to look into the mirror and that I must not, at any cost, allow my eyes to fall upon the book that rested open upon his desk. Approaching slowly, I followed his instructions to the letter and saw immediately that the result of this strange construction was to show in the third mirror, upright before him, the reflection of what had been written on the page. It was notable to me as I observed his actions, the reluctance with which Crane seemed to handle the volume he had taken from the drawer, manoeuvring it, almost at arm's length, with motions that teetered somewhere on the boundary between extreme care and absolute disgust. Looking into the mirror, I recognized at once my friend's own handwriting above what appeared to be an insensible mess of crazed lines and incoherent scribbling. Why, I thought, should Crane be so repulsed by something that had clearly been written by his own hand?
These are my own copied notes, taken in carefully arranged and illicit sittings at the British Museum from photographs of a very particular book, a volume so notorious that its very existence is regarded by many to be little more than a myth. He paused, and, craning his neck upward to avoid looking at the page, gently turned it with a pair of tweezers. In fact, this volume is both very real and very dangerous. There are extant copies, rumoured to be stored in the British Museum, the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, and the Vatican, with a further 3 copies having found their way to the Americas. The text of which I speak, and from which these notes were taken, is none other than the fabled Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred. How the villain has gained access to this text or to parts of it we may never know. I have heard it rumoured that in some clandestine quarters the text is preserved by having individual pages of the script tattooed onto the backs of children, and that these infants are then smuggled to various points across the globe for dedicated scribes to copy the text from. What we can be sure of is that whoever this individual is, he clearly has viewed the book or some portion of it, which in itself makes him a dangerous adversary. It is difficult for me to overstate to you just how foul and wicked a book this volume is, so insidious, in fact, that to view the names it contains in a printed form directly would be to risk madness, whilst to read those monikers aloud is to conjure things of which even madness cannot conceive. This configuration," he motioned toward the arrangement of mirrors, "allows us several degrees of separation from the printed word and the text itself. This incident, however, threatens to draw us far closer than ever we should be." Saying this, he held up the sketches I had made of the spilt entrails for me to examine. Holding them beside the mirror, he invited me to see the comparisons he had highlighted between the patterns on one and those on the other. It was an undeniable fact that they were a very close match. Every curve and bend in the seemingly random strewing of organs marrying up with the ink-scrawled lines of what appeared, upon second viewing, to be some form of grotesque language. "What in God's name is it, Crane?" I asked, horrified by the similarities. "Careful, my friend. You are closer to the truth with your exclamations than you know." Shifting in his chair and turning toward me, though never quite allowing himself to offer his back to the volume, he knocked out the tobacco of his pipe roughly onto the desk. "We are spared any detrimental effects in the viewing by the crude nature of the artist's medium. It is impossible, using the materials the murderer had." By this I took him to mean the entrails that the fiend had deliberately manipulated to form something approaching words. "To replicate the subtleties of the written text exactly. The diacritics and swirling flourishes would be impossible to replicate in this form, but it is a good enough approximation for it to be identifiable, and worryingly, for it also to be effective." I looked from the parallel scripts, one sketched in pencil by my own hand, the other more detailed and in ink by Crane, and thought back to how I had first seen it, in the stinking damp of that alleyway. Crane went on. "In ancient Rome, Greece, and in both the Hittite and Etruscan traditions, there existed within the spiritual practices of the people a process of divination which we now refer to as haruspicy, a form of extispicy. Essentially, this is a process for interpreting messages from the gods through examination of the entrails of sacrificed animals. In these traditions, the haruspex, that is, the person in charge of interpreting the signs, would examine the innards, particularly the livers and other organs, of a sacrificed animal, usually a goat or lamb, and read within its shape, contours, and markings messages from the gods. Omens, portents, and predictions of future events were all thought to come from such processes. The practice was widespread in the ancient Near East and was held in high regard. In fact, there are clay models of lamb's livers relating to such rituals in the collections of the British Museum.
Those artifacts date back to 1900 BC and the kingdoms of Babylon, the ruins of which were supposedly visited by Alhazred himself.
You think that this murder is some warped version of this ritual? That is why you assumed that the liver would be missing, I gasped. Crane nodded.
In part, though there is more to it than that. As you are aware, I am a man who, within his own scope of interest, likes to remain well informed. To that end, I have a reliable network of informants and acquaintances ready to alert me of particular goings-on within the city. One phenomenon that I am very keen to keep abreast of, maudlin as it may seem, is the killing of domestic animals. Not slaughter for meat in the butchers and abattoirs, but any killings of dogs, cats, rodents, and swine that seem to go beyond the most basic pest control. In my experience, a rise in such incidents is often a harbinger of worse to come, and correlates directly with a rise in attacks on human beings. Almost a full year ago, I was informed by a city rat-catcher and 2 paperboys in my employ of animals that had not only been killed, but butchered in a very particular way. Whilst I was not able to examine these carcasses first-hand, the descriptions given to me by my informants match almost precisely the details you witnessed for yourself earlier today. I made it my business to keep the constabulary informed of my suspicions, and even went to the lengths of consulting Cooper on the matter, explaining why I suspected that very soon there could be a human victim killed in just such a manner. He was predictably dismissive and insisted that the constabulary was there to solve crimes that had happened, not those that gentlemen such as myself supposed might happen at some indeterminate point in the future. Having reminded him that the constabulary's aim was in fact to prevent crime, I also made him swear that if such an incident did occur, he would let me know. I mistakenly believed that a mild acquaintance with my reputation as a detective and a close acquaintance with a few coins of the realm might be enough to pry such an oath from him, and indeed he did give me his word. Yet it was an oath that he happily and foolishly neglected to keep until this morning. There have been 5 others. 5 victims killed in this similar fashion over the past 6 months. For 6 months, Cooper and his ilk have fumbled dangerously and incompetently at the evidence like a troop of orangutans armed with pistols. In their haste and secrecy, they have destroyed and corrupted important evidence and details that, had they been shared, might have enabled us to prevent further casualties. As things stand, it is only the pressure he has suffered on account of his men's evident lack of progress that has forced him to seek outside assistance, and even then only on condition that my involvement be masked with the utmost secrecy. I was finally afforded the chance to examine a body prior to his team's meddling at the incident upon which you also attended. I am sad to say that my observations have confirmed my earlier suspicions, but I'm also glad that it has perhaps provided us with an opportunity to end this horror. It is now beyond a doubt that these murders do not simply represent acts of random violence, crimes of passion, or obsession, but are rather the performance of carefully considered ritualistic sacrifice, offerings to a priest, himself of proportions almost beyond imagining, who is but a servant to older and far more terrible gods. My head was, of course, filled with questions, foremost amongst them being how my friend who had, until this point, shown himself to be of the most rational species of skeptic, could accept such notions as true. When I opened my mouth to ask, however, I found that the questions jostled and fought, clambering over one another in desperation to emerge and preventing any one individual from escaping through the aperture. Crane, noting my confusion, sat back and tried as best he could to explain.
The words you have seen formed from flesh, taken from that damnable book, are in fact names, Edwards. Filthy, forbidden, and half-forgotten names of things that lurk beyond the veil of this reality. By repeating them, forming them in such a fashion, is making an offering in the hope of receiving an answer. He does so in the full and firm belief that such actions will grant him the boon of a message formed upon the liver of the victim. The victim is the sacrifice,
The written name is the entity being consulted, and the liver—"
Here Crane swallowed hard, and for a flickering instant seemed to hesitate with what, had I not known better, I might have described as a look of fear upon his face.
"The liver is the thing's response. The first point of note from today's scene is the name itself. Whilst I held no desire to see this monstrosity written down, it has allowed me, through reference to my previous studies, to identify the entity to which this misguided supplicant is calling. We can see not only who, or what, he wishes to call unto, but what answer he hopes to receive, for as well as providing information and warnings about these entities and detailing the offerings that can be used to please them, the Kitab al-Azif, that is the Necronomicon, also contains spells that equate specific entities with what they might provide to their worshippers. Some promise power, some gold, some only the false promise of mercy when, with horrible inevitability, these old ones return to claim this world. In the case of the thing appeased by this Haruspex, the reward seems to be the power of resurrection, the ability, by some strange rite, to bring back from the dead those who have already passed. Whoever this criminal might be, his intention in this meddling is to bring someone back from beyond the veil.
For a moment I considered saying that this was impossible, only to chasten myself at the thought of how the multitudes gathered in church for services each Sunday morning might react to such an affirmation. Noting my hesitance, Crane nodded solemnly.
"You have, Edwards, always known me to be a man of a calm and rational mind. I am not one prone to flights of fancy, nor have I ever failed to scrutinize any and all propositions and circumstances with a necessary level of cynicism. You will, I trust, therefore, take me at my word when I tell you that when men disregard considerations of what should be done in favor of what could, such feats as these and worse are more than possible. The question is not whether this fiend can raise the dead, but rather at what price. This, Edwards, is a far greater peril than even the murders themselves might suggest, for in opening lines of communication between this realm and the other, the seeker creates a conduit, a pathway through which things far more threatening than messages could travel. With every call upon the name of this wretched thing, and every sacrifice offered to it, it gains in strength, and the aperture, the gateway between our worlds, grows larger. This Haruspex must be stopped, and soon, not only for the sake of his potential victims, but for all our sakes."
"But how?" I asked. "Are we to identify the villain with almost nothing to go on?" Here Crane finally relaxed back into a more familiar pose.
"On the contrary, my dear Edwards, with the information the killer has provided us through his deeds, we are now far closer to apprehending him."
Saying this, he suddenly sprang up from his seat and, flipping open his pocket watch, marched toward the coat stand by the door.
"It is now 1:15. On these winter days the sun will set at around 4 p.m. Meet me on the steps of the British Library at 5 p.m. By then I hope to have an answer."
So it was that for the remainder of the day I felt within my breast as if some cursed tug-of-war were taking place. On the one hand I wished the hours away, looking forward in hope that some resolution might be found that would prevent catastrophe and any further pain. Yet, on the other, I also experienced the pull of trepidation, as with every passing moment I felt a creeping fear come upon me as the fateful hour approached. Finally, the moment arrived, and, as promised, Crane met me on the steps of that great institution, and with a wave of his hand beckoned me inside. Passing through the catalogues, the shelves of books, and the inquiry desk, Crane led me to a small nook between the stacks, where on a small desk by the window, lighted by the sombre glow of a single desk lamp, he had arranged a Stonehenge formation of volumes. These tomes were separated into 5 distinct stacks.
Here, Edwards, are the texts pertaining to necromancy, magic, and the resurrection of the dead by means of witchcraft, which, according to their date stamps, were loaned from the library for an extended period within the last year. There is nothing in any of these books concerning the rotten branch of lore and legend with which our friend is tampering. However, it is not too much to suggest that before resorting to such extreme measures, he may first have dabbled in less extreme forms of the dark arts in an effort to achieve his aims. Now look closely. Taking 3 or 4 volumes from one of the piles, Crane opened each in a spread before him, then with his index finger pointed to the upper right-hand corners of the right-hand pages. Many of these volumes are of considerable age, the paper dried by the breath of decades. Such age makes the paper onto which the words are printed fragile. What you see here, he pointed to each of the spread volumes in turn. On these marked pages are slight breaks, hairline tears and creases in the texture of the paper. Now, reaching into his bag, he produced a small compact powder case of the type that a lady might use to store makeup. He then produced a brush and proceeded to dust the top corners of the page with a fine, dark powder. Whilst there had been cases, one notable example in Argentina, in which identification was made by means of matching fingerprints to the culprit, that science was at this time in its infancy. This, however, did not stop my friend from identifying that fingerprints and smudges were present. The grease and acids in our fingers can slightly damage paper of such age, and indeed leave marks that, whilst not entirely visible to the naked eye, can be seen with a slight dusting of a reactive powder. The prints, as you will see, are in similar points to the small breaks in the paper. Can you reason what might be curious about the placement of these prints and imperfections? "Left-handed," I answered almost immediately. The reader had turned the page from the top right-hand corner, a pattern common in left-handed readers, but had done so with some haste and slightly damaged the book. Crane regarded me closely and treated me to the first smile shared between us since the entire affair began. "Very good, Edwards. To be clear, I began by searching all of the books that referred to the topics in question. I narrowed that down to those taken from the library in the past year, which shrank the number considerably, and then examined each tome to single out volumes which showed recent use by a reader who happened to be left-handed. The books in this pile, all 9 of them, fit those parameters. I introduced the last variables on account of my observations this morning. When looking at the wretched tentacled face that the culprit made of the girl's innards, did you happen to notice how the mock tentacles had been cut? I shook my head to show that I had not. They had been slashed with a sharp instrument from top right to bottom left in a diagonal slash, as if the perpetrator was holding each bloody tube in his right hand because he was handling the instrument with his dominant left hand. Whilst I pointed out the bruises on the girl's thighs and how their discoloration indicated her profession, I did not mention those newer red and purple bruises on her wrists and throat, the deeper bruises of the wrist being again on the left-hand side, whilst the marks on the throat showed clearly that someone had closed their hand around the girl's windpipe, the placement of the thumbprint showing again that this was done by someone who was predominantly left-handed. Since we are looking for a left-handed killer, I thought it worth looking for a left-handed reader. Now, if you would be so kind, I would ask a small favour from you." Arriving as requested at the inquiry desk, I presented the librarian, a portly old gentleman with spectacles that rested so far down his nose that they seemed destined to tumble off at any moment, with the list of volumes that Crane had given to me, and, as per his instructions, reminded the old fellow that I was in need of those exact editions. The librarian regarded the list with a look of concern. "You say that it must be these specific editions?" I nodded, authoritatively trying to communicate through my expression the words, "those and those only." Clearly the expression was successful, as with a heavy sigh the librarian came around from his desk and began walking in the direction of the shelves. "I must say, sir, that your research takes you into some rather neglected corners. I dare say some of these editions have not been looked at for nearly a decade. You are certain that it needs to be?" I again gave him the expression. "Very well. though I should warn you that it may take some time for me to locate them all. Perhaps you had better take a seat here whilst I try to retrieve them for you." Glancing back toward the desk, I saw Crane slipping deftly behind it, and assured the old man, with a nod, that I was in no rush. "Take as much time as you need," I added merrily. After around 30 minutes, during which time the librarian had not once reappeared, Crane was at my elbow and urging me to my feet. Leaving the librarian still searching for the first of the listed volumes, one which Crane later informed me he had taken the trouble to deliberately misplace earlier that day, we rushed hurriedly for the door and out into what was now a pitch blackness that huddled beneath a blanket of thick London fog. Hailing a hansom, Crane clambered aboard and gave the driver orders for an address I had never heard him mention before. He also instructed the driver not to spare the horses in getting us there as quickly as possible. When the driver protested that the fog would make driving at speed difficult, Crane greased the wheels with the offer of a generous donation, and, soon enough, we were hurtling quickly and, it seemed to me, perilously along the narrow, cobbled streets. As we jerked heavily around another corner, Crane holding onto the window frame to steady himself, he began breathlessly to explain. "Whilst you are occupying the librarian," he began, shouting over the clacking racket of horseshoes on stone, "I sifted through the records to find who had loaned those particular volumes. Having found the name, I realized at once that it was one I recognized. Lord Arthur Turton loaned all 9 of those books. He is our left-handed reader, and perhaps our left-handed killer. Sir Arthur, you may remember, was the subject of a number of news stories early last year, when his wife Mallory, daughter Jessica, and their driver were tragically killed in an accident involving a hansom cab. Fearing that we might well meet a similar end, I gripped firmly to the leather strap that hung by the window of the cab and tried as I might to maintain my balance, as the cab jerked and veered wildly from side to side with every bump. Lord Arthur's wife and daughter were taken from him just over 1 year ago. In the time since, he has become somewhat of a recluse, retiring from society and only emerging to visit the library and, if I'm right, to commit acts of unspeakable savagery. I have the address, taken from those records, but we must hurry as I fear there is a further, even more sinister twist to this tale." Crane's flow was interrupted by an almighty jolt that rocked him forwards as the hansom hit some obstacle and one side rose up violently before righting itself and regaining its equilibrium. "At first," Crane shouted, his hair flying into his face with the force of the wind and speed at which we were hurtling forward, "I reasoned that Sir Arthur was the perfect suspect whose motivations were clear. He was a desperate man in mourning, driven by grief and anguish to the most wicked of ends in a bid to lift from the grave his beloved wife and daughter. From the brief outline Crane had provided, this certainly seemed the most likely scenario, and whilst nothing could justify the murder and mutilation of those young women, one could at least construct a chain of logic, lay the stepstones and follow the man's path into the darkness. As I was to find out, however, this was not the extent of Crane's discoveries. That was only at first. There is an obvious problem. If Sir Arthur's crimes were, to his eyes, necessary offerings, a means by which to gain an answer, the rites and procedures needed to resurrect his wife and child, then why was he compelled to repeat the act, to kill multiple times? If he received his answer, if he was successful in resurrecting his beloved, then why should it be necessary to kill again? It could not be as simple as failure, for if the first attempt did not work despite the best efforts of the Haruspecs, then would not he have been discouraged from repeating so despicable an act? No, Edwards, there is another reason. As Crane pronounced the final word, the cab came to an abrupt stop. Both he and I jerked forwards, but whilst I then struggled to regain my balance, Crane used the forward inertia to spring from the carriage with an agility that never failed to surprise me. Having joined him on the road, I was led by way of an alley, eerily similar to the one we had visited that morning, around to the back of a large and clearly well-maintained townhouse. Slowing slightly, Crane eventually came to crouch by the cellar doors of the building. These wooden doors, at a horizontal slant at around ankle level, were presumably used by tradesmen and coal merchants to offload their wares and, when opened, led down by means of stone steps or a rampway into the basement of the house. As I watched, Fascinated, Crane quietly unscrewed the top of his walking cane, a cane from which, on previous excursions, I had seen him draw a thin rapier sword that he kept concealed within the hollow length of the instrument. On this occasion, however, he dislodged from the detachable handle of the piece a small metal key, curiously bent so that it resembled a hair clip with two prongs. With lightning dexterity, he used this instrument, working it in swift, jerking motions into the keyhole, to quickly dispose of the padlock holding the shutter doors closed. He then lifted one of the doors and pressed his index finger to his lips to signify that I should remain silent. When first Crane flung back that door, I had wondered how we would enter without the aid of a lamp. Now I saw that a small amber glow, as of candlelight, enough indeed to assist our descent, was escaping from somewhere below. I reflected that, whilst this would make our entrance easier, it also increased the likelihood that this subterranean lair was currently occupied. Cautiously, and with movements that were almost feline in their stealth, Crane descended the stone steps into the cellar and waved a hand for me to follow. Whilst there was indeed a small glow coming from the wick of a single candle, much of the stone room remained immersed in darkness so thick that it seemed almost to have been painted on. What little light there was, however, remained sufficient for us to make out the dimensions of the room and what was held within the glow of the candle. It took but a second's glance to see that this was indeed the site of some strange endeavour, a notion reinforced by the etching upon the floor of strange geometric patterns, lines and stars enclosed in circles that were framed at strategic points with the same disgusting scrawl I had seen copied into Crane's notebook. In the centre of the room, resting before the candle and raised onto a plinth, was a pile of what looked to be sheets of aged vellum, stained with similarly warped calligraphy. At the top of this plinth was a statue, a squatting effigy of perhaps 30 centimetres in height. It was carved, it seemed to me, from some precious stone, opal or jade, and depicted in its hideous dimensions a figure that, whilst it retained the limbs and general proportions of a man, was in fact nothing of the sort. Catching sight of the thing's monstrous head, of the rippling knot of cephalopodic appendages that writhed in tangles from beneath its sloped forehead, and which comprised much of the lower portion of its face, I realized immediately that the mangled form was familiar. I had seen it before, seen its hateful outline sketched in a rudimentary approximation upon the chest and stomach of that girl's pale form. For a moment I felt a wave of nausea fold around me, and perhaps I would have vomited had I not been startled to a state of panicked alarm by a sound coming from the darkened corner of the room. For a moment we both remained in silence, staring into the wall of black that hunched beyond the boundary from which the candlelight itself seemed to shrink and recoil, past which no form or outline was discernible, and yet from out of which a sound, wet, heavy, and pregnant with the sly hush of smiling malevolence, slithered and rose up for us to hear. An electric crackle like the sharpening caress of frost flashed across my head and nape, bringing every hair to attention. Beside me I could hear Crane's breath, steady and deliberate, as again, from the corner, came the sound as of something large but slick with moisture. Something crept out towards us. From some forgotten corner of my own mind, from some dark fathom never before visited and yet still undeniably there, shattered fragments of images began to rise, thoughts of things shifting in the depths with size and bulk of such enormity that their movements could alter the course of the tides. I thought again of great kings and older gods, of tentacles and the bitter cold of their texture, chill as long-dead flesh. I thought at once of frigid, rubbery, and boneless slack that one might feel were such tentacles to reach and fasten around an arm, or if, from out the black of night, the conical tip of such a succored form should subtly graze, but with a whispered caress, the skin of the lips as you roused yourself from sleep. I will confess that my first instinct was to run, to hurl myself headlong back up the stone steps, out of the cellar and into the familiar damp of the London night. Yet even this retreat was rendered impossible as my limbs refused to obey my wishes, remaining instead listless and watery, uselessly fixed by fear to the very centre of the room. Glancing to my right, I turned my head just in time to see Crane marching boldly forwards as he disappeared into the black. For a long time there was silence, an awful vacant blank of sight and sound that struck my heart with the deepest panic, until, from out of the dark, Crane once again emerged, dragging behind him by means of a hand fastened onto the wrist the milk-white form of a half-naked man. Imploring me to help, Crane grasped the corpse-like figure, seemingly more liquid than flesh, and heaved him bodily into the light. Never in my life have I seen such a pitiful form, a thing no longer a man, but a mocking, half-done imitation of life. The man, if he could be blessed with such a title, sported a large black beard, shot all over with flecks of white. The eyes were swollen shut, whilst the mouth, a black cavern from which the teeth, some snapped in half, had almost entirely been removed, gaped and splayed, soundless and tongueless, behind cracked lips that had not tasted water for what looked to be many days. The cheeks, testament to a starved emaciation of their owner, were sunken to such an extent that the skin curved in a convex arch inward from the bone, like the tattered remnants of sail fixed to a broken mast. The cuts, burns, and various other offences that covered the skin were obvious even from the first, and, as he writhed blind and open-mouthed upon the floor, he more closely resembled a worm than any human I had ever seen. As I stood, impotently frozen and fixed to the spot with terror, Crane released his grip, allowing the man to flop heavily onto the stone floor. Then, as the thing mewled and screeched, nodding over and over its pitiful excuse for a head, as if in affirmation, Crane drew the sheath from off his cane and removed the sword that had rested inside. As I lurched forward, imploring him to stop, he raised the blade above his head, clutching the shaft with both hands, and in a single downward thrust drove the steel point into the thing's throat, skewering it such that the tip of the blade scraped and clanked against the stone floor. Then, with a final wrenching twist, he finished the deed. The thing twitched, then fell silent. Looking at it, still and twisted in a mangled heap on the floor, it was apparent almost immediately that this was, or at least at some time had been, simply a man. Retrieving the blade, Crane turned and, ripping the candle from its place, held it aloft, lighting areas of the room previously concealed. Upon the walls, piled upon the shelves and hanging from hooks, was such a collection of instruments, iron pliers, scissors, pokers, and strange pointed objects, that at first I considered that the space might have been used for some kind of ironworks, or been the site of some barbarically primitive surgery. It was only as I saw the chair, affixed with its straps and chains, that the true horror of the scene began to come to me.
"When I found Sir Arthur's name at the library,"
Crane uttered, breathlessly, from behind me,
"I also looked at his other loans, the other texts he had requested and pursued. All of them, barring those relevant to magic, focused upon the topic of torture. Histories, techniques, and instruments. It seems Sir Arthur was driven not so much by grief, but by vengeance."
I looked again at the fleshy carcass prostrate on the floor, at the vicious and numerous horrifying injuries it had sustained, before Crane had, perhaps mercifully, put an end to its agony.
"Sir Arthur succeeded in bringing someone back, but it was not his wife or daughter. He had no interest in raising his loved ones, but instead resurrected the man who had taken them from him, the driver of the cab that had overturned, the man who had also been killed in the accident. Killed, that is, for the first time. With the help of things that should never be spoken of, Sir Arthur raised him, killed him, and raised him again, over and over, for months, no doubt to the delight of those who provided assistance. The many sacrifices, the need for new guidance, etched upon the organs of the innocent, was a way of ensuring that the filthy deed could continue. Death, torture, and rebirth again and again until Sir Arthur had slaked his thirst for retribution, or perhaps, more likely, indefinitely.
As Crane spoke, I was astonished to see that the cadaver at his feet had already begun to decompose. Its contours slid, as if melting, toward the ground in a manner that conjured for me the final lines of that tale by Mr. Poe, in which he speaks of a nearly liquid mess of loathsome, detestable putridity.
With every murder, with every resurrection and recitation of those unholy names, the things on the other side grew stronger, urging Sir Arthur on to ever more loathsome and violent ends, to continue with deeds that would fatten and strengthen them. I only pray that we have intervened in time. I hope you see, Edwards, that what I killed was not a man of this earth, that it had no business here, and that in ending its suffering I was providing a mercy, allowing it to return at last from whence it came, to sleep undisturbed, as we most hope the old ones also shall.
I could do little more than nod. Within the space of 2 hours, Sir Arthur had been arrested. As we had ridden toward the constabulary, Crane had explained to me that a stringent requirement in the performance of such rituals is that the adept commit to paper, in detail, the stages and actions he undertook as he performed them. This, he assured me, was a characteristic of much ritual magic, and was intended to ensure that the prospective conjurer was fully aware and cognizant of their actions as they performed them, that they had reflected upon the horrors they committed, or were required to commit, at each stage. In some traditions, this process acted as a breadcrumb trail, allowing the sorcerer to find his way back through the stages he had completed, to turn back and retrace his steps at any stage in the process. In some traditions, it was intended to chasten the adept, to make them consider and discourage them from venturing any further. In this most evil of traditions, however, it served to encourage, to spur the practitioner on, goading and needling them to revel and delight in the ecstasy of their misdeeds, all to feed and satiate the appetites of their masters. In either case, just as Crane had predicted, such records had indeed been kept by Sir Arthur and were found amongst his papers. These accounts, as they pertained to the murders, were detailed enough in the eyes of the law to constitute a confession. The portions of the text relating to resurrections and acts of torture, conjurations and strange gods, were omitted from the court documents after they were deemed to be the deluded ravings of a diseased mind. Sir Arthur escaped the hangman on grounds of insanity, and was committed instead to the Seward Sanatorium. After all, by the time the police arrived, all traces of the man who was supposedly brought back had vanished. I must say that I often wish that the memories of that night would proceed with them, to be forever forgotten, into the darkness of the void.
This has been Dark Horrors, 8 short horror stories. Written by Michael Vandervoort. Narrated by Robin Reads. Copyright 2024 by Michael Vandervoort. Production copyright by Michael Vandervoort.